Hey. Hey everybody, it's Chanchai. It's been a few days, so I hope everyone's been doing well. I hope everyone's having an awesome week of Virtua Fighter. I had a nice couple days off with my daughter's birthday being yesterday. Had a wonderful time. Today, I'm going to be streaming again with Iliaster. He's a player from the United Kingdom, and we got to know him on Monday. I am going to re-upload the video of that discussion. It was more of an interview discussion type of conversation, like a podcast type of episode, and we had a great time getting to know each other and talking about Virtua Fighter. However, somehow I guess the way that it streamed or the way that it recorded in the VODs has been fragmented a bit, so I'm trying to piece that together, and I'll re-upload the video in its more complete form, or as complete as I can make it. That said, today we're gonna actually probably get in the game a bit, and we're gonna talk about matchups. Iliaster had asked me to just kind of show him a bit of stuff about each character, so we'll talk about that. And I think it's a good opportunity to kind of brush up on how we discuss matchups. We'll definitely be trying to cover some core fundamentals along the way, and we'll see how this works out. I'm kind of improvising this. Should be a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and give Iliaster a call, and we'll get this going. Okay. Let me see. Of course, it's going to act up. Iliaster. Getting my usual thing with the... Alright, here we go. Hey, Iliaster, can you hear me okay? Hello.
Hey, Chanchai.
Hey, I can hear you now. Very good to see you. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm great, thanks. What about you?
I'm doing good. Had a wonderful time celebrating my daughter's birthday yesterday, and now the kids have got to prepare the meals for the kids, and happy that you asked to do this stream. I just explained to the stream that I will re-upload our discussion on Monday, but what had happened was apparently all the VODs have been kind of fragmented, so I'm going to try to piece it together and then re-upload it as as close to a full video that I can, so we'll see. Excuse me.
Classic Twitch.
Yeah, so this happened both on Twitch and then on YouTube. It just recorded like the first hour, so it was really interesting. We saw the chat, we saw that it was a continuous stream, but somehow in the VODs it's all fragmented, so that's okay. But today we're going to be talking about matchups, which you asked about, and so I think I was thinking we should start it off with just do a light sparring, just to kind of see where you're at and what you're working on, and then we can kind of just kind of go over the basics really quick, and then from there maybe we just explore. I can just give you some ideas of applying the basics for each character and what kind of stands out a little bit for each one. So.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, awesome. Let's see. Go ahead and create a room. Just normal first to one would be good for this type, since we're going to be jumping around a bit. We got an interesting player on the VF named Kurt Cobain, so that's an interesting one. Fighting against a player with the Japanese katakana characters for Henio. It's like, okay. VF is always fun. Hey Blurring, how are you doing today? Hope you're doing really, really well. I saw that you had a really wonderful breakfast. I am a sucker for, for chicken fried steak. Confuses everybody around the world because they're like, "Where's the chicken?" And you're like, "This is a hamburger steak that's been battered like a fried chicken and then fried." It's a very American dish, but it looked awesome. All right, did you create a room?
Yeah, I've created a room.
Can you send me a code and password, maybe?
Yeah, wait. I forget, how do you view the code of the room?
Press triangle and you'll see a menu. And on that menu, there's on the upper right corner is the code.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah, so room ID is 34210.
Okay. All right, here
And
we
then
go.
the password is 6333. I think.
All right, excellent. Okay. And I'll play as Lao as well. We'll take a look at this.
Red bar. Oh no.
That's okay. It takes time, so usually the first pass is the first ping is usually not very accurate. It's a few pings before it gets like more closer to accurate. Should be okay, but let me check. What delay setting do you have yours set to?
I have 4. Do you think 5 is better? Or?
Let's try 4. 4, like, to be honest, I can deal with either, but let's try 4. But honestly, 5 is actually probably going to be better, but let's just go ahead and try 4. It goes to whatever the lowest one is. And then you can tell me if it's uncomfortable or not for you. For me, I will adapt to it pretty quickly. So
Yeah. One second, I'm just adjusting my volume.
No problem.
The game and
yeah, blurring. You've been doing quite a bit of 3D fighting, right? You've got Soul Calibur, Tekken, and Virtua Fighter, and I saw that you tweeted out that you're seeing adjustments or changes in kind of your general style of play. So I'm really curious about that. Hey, Subterran. Well, we start off with the Lao mirror because as sort of because I actually haven't fought Iliaster before, so I'm gonna be just kind of get a sense of the way that he's playing and his process, and then it makes it easier for me to talk about the other stuff since he asked about the matchups. But at the same time, when we talk about the matchups, it is important in VF to talk about the general system and just the quote-unquote, the core basics that apply to almost every character. Right? High punch and low punch pretty much applies to every character. Elbow applies to pretty much all, but it's just a little adapted between characters. And then after that, we got to talk about then kind of the sidekicks and then special tools. So yeah. Hey Punker. Yeah, I've been doing some midday streams lately, but not such. All right, let's try this out. All right, Iliaster, let's see how this will go, and let's see how the connection delay setting 4 goes for us. See if we see any rollbacks, or if we just, This will be a lot of fun. And I haven't touched VF since Tuesday. So. Nice. I like it. I like your frame type play. This is really good. I like it, and it feels really comfortable at this setting for me. I like that a lot. Very nice use of 4. Nice! Dude, you're doing awesome. You're beating up my Lao pretty good. I like it. Here we go. Okay.
Ready, go!
That was really nice.
Ring out.
Good patience though. Even if you lost the situation, I like the patience.
Ready, go!
I like the use of side throw. Very beautiful.
Knockout.
Very good. Very good. I like it. That was an awesome first game. Your Lao is very good. And you're playing really well. Your VF's really good too. So this is excellent. I like it a lot. Everything is very well thought out. So, let's see here.
Ready, go!
I had a feeling. Very good. I like the throw decisions too.
Knockout.
Okay.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Good.
Knockout.
Nice. So I think this 4-frame is playing
Round
excellent.
3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout.
Punker, yeah, so Punker asks, I always get caught up when people delay streams with characters like Lao. Is there a good defenses? Well, okay, so when delay streams are working against you, there's actually a good reason for it, and it's actually speaking good about your game. Delay streams work better on people that are paying attention. They're worse against people that just commit to mashing low punch.
Round 1.
Especially Lao's streams.
Ready, go!
What's going on there? Oh, my bad. I forgot which character I was. Okay.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
Like that.
Knockout.
I gotta like tell myself not to rush certain buffers.
Ready, go!
Nice. Very good. Nice throw. I really like your decisions for throwing. I like it a lot.
Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 1. Ready, go!
Excellent choice.
Knockout.
Really spot on when you choose to throw. It's so good.
Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
Excellent. Very good choice here.
Round 5. Ready, go! Knockout.
That was exciting. It was a very exciting game.
Yeah.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Oh, I thought I was gonna duck under that. Nice.
Knockout.
Very nice.
Round 2. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout.
I like this.
Round 4. Ready, go! Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go!
That was really good.
Knockout.
That was really, really good. I tried to be clever and paid for it. That's really good. But now it's making more sense about some stuff. Let's try some stuff. Yeah. But your VF is excellent.
Oh, you think so?
I do. I think so. I mean, we'll see. We have to play a lot more, but I like your foundation is incredibly strong.
Round one.
You apply everything really, really well.
Go!
So, you know, that said, applying the forcing you to fight at speed 0 though is definitely where I guess my experience will have an edge against you, but you do it really well. It's not like you're not buffering.
Round three. Ready, go!
It's also, your game is really nicely assertive, but it also likes to stay more stationary, which is not bad. That's a good thing. But it is also why I like your range play is pretty good. It's very measured. So I like your sense of the spacing. But it does at the moment. But at the moment, it kind of dictates your your options right now, right? And so, but you do use things like you're using good use of 4P plus K, at least earlier on, and you do use crouch dash sometimes. So you are using the things that help you modify the range.
Ready, go!
Very good. I really like that, the way that you're playing this this round. You have your commitment level is really good.
Ready, go!
Oh, that's so good. And so it's nice because I have to kind of commit if I want to hit you. If I don't commit, a lot of times I'm going to get killed for hesitating. So the thing I have to attack you on really strongly is on the attack defense choice, or your attack throw choice. Like I have to just kind of commit to trying to beat it really quick. So like stuff like this is really good. It does make throwing against you much more risky, but you're also very good at nailing people's Hypergrab, yeah, we're doing sort of a lunch session. This session might go a bit long too, because we're planning to talk about matchups as well.
Oh yeah, very good.
Alright, it doesn't work against Lao. Really, really fun stuff. but I like if I hesitate or if I try to do delay tactics, it will tend to lose against you because you are playing you're playing at speed 0 and 1 very committed in a good way, and I like it. Again, like I said, I like the setups of when you go for throw. It's really good. It's really impressive to me because a lot of people don't have that, and it's hard to explain that one too. And stuff like this is really good.
Knockout. Round 2. Ready, go!
Very good. Excellent time to use it. So I can see where the tiny rollbacks can cause us a little, but it's not a deal at all. It's like as long as you know the animations, you should be fine. But the slight rollbacks can definitely make it a little harder. Very nice. That was such a good choice of a move for what I went for there. I was actually trying to punish if he did something like just like a simple poke, and so this move totally caught me out of that.
Ready, go!
Very nice. Good choice. So, if there is something that's kind of like a vulnerability, but it's not really the biggest deal because it's not like you're overexposed. But a lot of times I've won some situations. I've gotten out of pressure by trying to crush high. It doesn't mean that you should obsess over that. It means you should accept some of it, but just that's been cases where you've been vulnerable, so that's an opportunity for you at the right moments. But it doesn't mean like it's the end of the world. It's just a choice. It's just that it just means that you might be doing high just slightly too much. That's all. But your highs are well justified, so it's not like. So I wouldn't want you to fixate on it. I just want you to know that there are times when this 1KK actually works against you, right? So, but that's normal. But a lot of times those were situations where you had the advantage, and so that's where you have to. It's up to you if you think it was worth going for the high, and usually it was, if I'm being honest. But also the risk for going for the high was just that it would just get upended in that moment, and it could cost you like a round, right? So, especially because Lao likes to have the advantage when the opponent's getting up. So even though that gives Lao the opportunity to use his good moves for pressure, right? Because a lot of times the hard part about applying pressure with Lao at the on the fast speed level is that again his moves are a little technical, they're a little conditional, and so when he has like if he has a big advantage, like them waking up means he's got a huge advantage, right? Then he can apply a lot of pressure safely, with like a lot of high upside. And so it means that, if anything, I was going to say that basically, if your opponent wakes up, they shouldn't really be able to get away with the lows there, only because that advantage of Lao standing up doing Okizeme is that was beautiful. The advantage of Lao doing Okizeme is that, well, he can now use his EX mids and his mids, even though they're slow. Right? He can use 6P plus K, he can use 4P plus K, he could use 3-3P, really good one. 3-3P is actually really good for the Okizeme. If you time it right on stuff, they'll be stuck in side turn the moment they wake up. And so, yeah, so the point being that, like, just watch out for if the opponent is kind of like getting away with it, you know, like if they're crushing, it just means you could have done a mid, but if you had advantage, advantage is what allows you to use mids as much as you want. Until they and you know, the only thing that prevents you from using mids is if they can crush it, and usually that means they either evade it, which is like not supposed to happen when they wake up. But yeah, that was really cool. I wanted to test an idea out. Also, this is helping me work on the WoW matchup too, like a lot, because I actually don't play it as much as I'd like. So I haven't played the mirror much, but there's a lot of interesting stuff that I need to do more of, and I'm liking it. So this throw is really strong, so I do think back throw is a high priority, because it can set you up at the wall, because it forces you into guessing games that are pretty good. And you're like, I don't fall for those, so. That was so good. That was really good. I like that one a lot. Hey, good to see you, Kung Fu Hustle. How are you doing? So see how much of a difference that makes doing the mid there, right? Like, it's a huge difference. I tried to crush it like twice in a row. It's doing highs that asks, that like tells your opponent that they can kind of do that to you, you know? Nice low punch. Nice choice to low punch there. I didn't commit. Like, I tried to delay into attack to cover your potential evade. So the low punch choice was a good. Okay, awesome. Glad that you're doing cool at work. Yeah, so hypergrab, my advice on getting 5P, getting, you know, high jab and low punch Nitaku conversions, that's gonna go back to me talking about animation checking. Just seeing that your opponent is hitting a button and just seeing the counter hit before it happens. But counter hit is slow enough that you could do it. I mean that you can hit confirm the red spark. And it's true that at some point you do just like confirm. Hey, Green Lantern, yeah, would love to. Would love to do some training. Though my schedule is a bit rough with family, but I'll try to do what I can. All right, we're gonna try adding some fun stuff now. So the rollbacks is where the rollbacks does make hit confirming sometimes a little more tough, and so that's why the animation checking for me helps a lot. But it is hard because the animation checking then with the rollback is going to be good. Hey, we got it. Hey, Tumas, how are you doing? I hope you're doing great, Tumas. Good to see you. Thanks for the support always, and hope you're doing really, really well. We're having a lot of fun with this. We'll get into talking about matchup stuff soon, but I'm enjoying this sparring with Iliaster. Very, very nice Lao. Curious what it is that they're seeing on their side. Nice. Okay, so that's a trick here. If you can manage to get them to block KK, they're like -2. You're like +2, like +3.
Ready, go!
Like here. Very good. And so a good thing is you can fuzzy guard after they block this, so.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Nice not falling for the delay here. There's just a fun delay in case they try to evade. So. But it's really, really fun working on Lao versus Lao as well. There's a lot of cool stuff.
Round 1. Ready, go!
We finally got it. Such a mean sequence. It's like if you guard this, I can uppercut if I commit to it.
Bring out! Round 3. Ready, go! Knockout!
Are you feeling comfortable confirming whether you hit or they guard your lunging knife attacks?
It's very much a mixed bag sometimes, and sometimes not.
Okay, no problem. Just keep working on it. It's a hard one. It's a really hard one, but it's just so strong. It's loud. Like, trust me, I'm not on it either. I think the thing that you realize when you fight me is that actually I'm not as sharp. I'm sharp at some things, but I'm not consistent on everything. But I also like am defiant and stubborn, and will improvise a lot of stuff too. Good. Oh, that was a mistake. Very nice backdash into that. That was superb. I like it. Yeah.
Round 3. Ready, go!
Very good. Ah, I like that. can always stomp after neutral throw. So you should stomp after neutral throw, unless there's like a big ulterior motive, which I'm having trouble thinking of it. But yeah.
Ready, go!
Very nice.
Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go!
Nice. That was a good choice. Good game.
Yeah, lots of ball swapping that game with a throw.
It was. It was. But you should stomp after a neutral throw. It's guaranteed. But I understand if you went for it and it dropped. Sometimes it's easy to input it too early. But you want to get used to that because it's a free damage. And it doesn't change the situation. As far as I know.
That was a bit of a scrap there.
No, it's because I was trying to go for something greedy, but against you it's too risky because you will go for like the you will go for low punch quite a bit too, so which is good. That's what I do too. Good.
Round 3. Ready, go!
So good.
Knockout!
It's like getting used to the rollback hit confirm again. It's like
Knockout! Round 5. Ready, go!
good.
Knockout!
That was really intense, really good. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about these matchups then. Let's look at the character. Okay, we'll just go from top, we'll just go in order then. So I'll start with Akira. Okay. So what do you want to know about Akira? Or what have you experienced so far?
How do we stop the ticking? Just leave the room.
No, you just you want to stop the ticking, you put it on tick break. And then it'll stop.
Okay. Yeah, that's better. I can hit it.
Yeah, so okay, so what have you experienced in the Akira matchup so far?
What do we know about Akira? Very strong basic tools. Weak to evade to his back.
In theory.
Yeah. In theory. His plus on block low that you have to watch out for.
I don't know if he's got a plus on block low, does he? I don't think he's got a plus on hit.
Was that mid? He sweeps in.
Let's see. The one where he sweeps in 2k plus G.
Let me pull up the VFDC.
I hate the way that they do the Akira move list, because if it's got a sequence, then it's not on the main list. You're like, okay, I gotta go look this up. So you're talking about the 2k plus G P, which is not really. Now, if you blocked it low, that wouldn't be the case.
Well, yeah, if you block it low. But if you don't.
No, it's that's interesting. But anyways, I don't even look at that move as much. I don't encounter it much, but I guess that's an interesting one. If we're talking about the 2k plus GP,
Which 2K?
because that's like listed in one of the tabs, because it's not on the main list, because it's a full sequence. But this one, I think if you guard it, he's in trouble, and but I think he can do other interesting stuff from it. But I'm not used to. I'm not used to dealing with this move much, because usually I've beaten it whenever I've run into it. So I'm not sure if there's clever tricks with it or not. But usually the low attack that I think of with Akira, there's like two. Outside of low punch, which is the lunging low punch 3p plus K, and then the 1k, which is like his crouching low kick, which is rare. Usually you're dealing with the 3p plus K, and there's good reasons for that, because that thing has good advantage on hit, and so that sets him up for like a really strong attack follow-up. And so this makes it so that he can sustain pressure, but it is really slow. It's really one of those things where if I evaded it more, that thing should die, but I don't. But it's like you can see it coming, but I start to see where my blind spots are when I fight against Akira. So yeah. Okay, so 1p plus K is plus 7 low on hit. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about 3p plus K. Yeah, 3p plus K is plus 7 low on hit. But yeah, when Iliaster said like plus on block, that's the surprising. I was like, I'm not aware.
No, sorry, not plus on block, I meant plus on hit though.
Yeah, no, so yes, that's a big deal. So yes, plus on hit is a really good one, and that 3p plus K is really good. So we can go ahead and we can talk about some of the other stuff. We'll cover general basics about Akira. That said, there's a lot of generic easy stuff. So
Round one.
Akira is not really weak to evade. He just deals with it he deals with it in a pretty straightforward way, right? So number one is he's gonna throw. He's got a good throw game, right? Yeah. He's got a good throw game. Number two, super dashing elbow. This is just regular dashing elbow, right? This one, but like if he delays it, a lot of times it's okay, but also if he dashes into it, then technically that's super dashing elbow, and super dashing elbow has got this insane range now in Revo, and this thing will accidentally beat evade. And not only that, but when he does do the super dashing elbow, it's knockdown on normal hit, it's crumple on counter hit. So if it counter hits you, you're gonna eat a combo, but if it normal hits you, you're knocked down and the situation's reset. He's got his Okizemi's not bad, so this of course is good. Now an Akira player should, right now I'm mashing forward, and an Akira player should like let's say like if I was mashing forward and like let's say you just do an attack and I block it, I can just press forward and punch and it would come out if I was mashing forward. And then if I saw that you were gonna throw, I'll just do a guard throw escape. But this is like what's scary about Akira, right? Is that he can just kind of bust out this like super dashing elbow out of nowhere, right? And this thing is a robust move. This move is hard to punish. Like a lot of times we're used to like punishing elbow like normal, and even then that's not easy. That's like you blocked the jab, you evaded the elbow, and you threw them, And if you have an 11 frame jab, then you could PK them. So dashing elbow is a little harder to punish on reaction like that, just because of the, you know, like it's a little hard to react to. That said, if you get, now the thing is, this dashing elbow, he can fuzzy guard. It's a much better elbow. It's like he's got the best elbow in his dashing elbow, right? And then he's got a better super dashing elbow in his, like, he's got a better dashing elbow with his super dashing elbow, which he can still fuzzy guard. So try to throw after this, and I can still fuzzy guard. Right? So this thing is obnoxious, and this thing has a decent chance at beating backdash, evade, because you don't, even the Akira player might not know if he's going to delay this, you know? And so because of that, it will still beat like evade. So, or like it has a decent chance of just beating evade just because. So then you feel a lot of pressure just to evade dash guard against him, or to crouch dash to do a fuzzy guard then evade. So then he's got his throw game that's pretty strong. Now we've talked about this here. So what's special about plus 7?
That's the move I was on about. Yeah, you got it.
So what's special about plus 7 is don't mash because he can do this. And here's the thing about this move. This move is half circular, so you gotta evade to his back, but it's fuzzy guard on block. Right? So he can fuzzy guard after you block this, you know? Really annoying. Right? You know? This is why Akira is just like, you're always guessing between attack and defense, and between, if you're on defense, you're debating whether you attack or defend more than any other character. Like this is really a critical choice when you're fighting Akira, right? Because then you know, he's got like he's got like, you know, like, sorry, he's got like that, you know, or PK, and then he's also got guard break at doom when he has the execution, right? So a lot of times he makes it feel like if you guess wrong, you're just going to eat a lot of damage, and then because of that, and that because he might not eat as much, it's on him to kind of apply that pressure. The dashing elbow is really strong, but here's the thing. So first you're seeing these just go ahead and block all these, right? So you see these dashing elbows, fuzzy guard, dashing elbow, fuzzy guard, dashing elbow, throw, right? And it's just like, this is really annoying. he can turn this forward dash into his flowchart. He could do this if he wanted, but that's not what he wants to do. But he could go like this, he could do this, he could do this, he could do, you know, he could do this into guard break, you know? So this dashing is a flowchart. You know, it's a really obnoxious, and at any time, and he just has to keep buffering forward. And then like when he's holding guard, he keeps mashing forward. Once he sees that he blocks an attack, boom, you know, he pops this out. So this is Akira. His move list is simple, but this super dashing elbow is good at beating side steps, right? And then we also know about this. This is a delay. It's just that because you have to, the reason this thing beats evade, and it beats, the timing beats evade crouch dash, and any delay option, it will beat delay attack because it's delayed. And then if you try to throw, it'll be, you know, same thing, right? So if I do like dashing elbow into 9K, and you block the dashing elbow, and then throw, right? Like, try different options, right? So then this means that you have to just commit to like attack. But if you, like, let's say, try to do like, let's see. But all I'm trying to get at though is this thing will actually beat a lot of higher level options. This will be the low attack. This will be the throw. This can be a very delayed attack. If the person is like at minus and they like to do like ECD, this thing will line up and punish that. So that's why this thing is good. And then it combos, right? So it's not just that it hits them, that this thing combos. And I don't play Akira enough to know the combo, but I know it combos. Okay. Then you've got other things like this. So we talked about this, right? And at +7, this is frame secure unless they got an 11 frame jab. So if they have an 11 frame jab, they can stop this. But like, so if he does like this, right? Try to this, then you would have to like evade to his back. So take the hit, then evade to his back, right? So that's pretty good, and you can punish that. Okay, but then he has this same thing, right? And that's pretty nasty. And this one is really mean. This one's really mean. I'll show you how mean this thing is, right? There is a trick with moves that force side turn, and it depends on, you have to judge the move from the move itself. So with the cure, I'm going to show you the rule, and this rule is the more common rule. The inverse is the exception. So the common rule is look at our stance position, and you tell me the stance because I want to test your knowledge. Right now, what stance are we in?
Iron or you?
The combination. This is what we call closed stance. So, do you know what closed stance is and open stance is?
Yeah, you're in open stance now.
No, this thing about open and closed stance is about the two players combined. Has nothing to do with one player.
Oh, really?
So,
okay.
Do you see? Draw a line between Lau's 2 feet, and then draw a line between my 2 feet. Or if you want, look at our shoulder blades, right? The line between our shoulders, right?
Yeah.
So this line right now, this is a parallel line. This would be like a line between, like for both players. This is like, well, let me make it clear, right? This in Virtua Fighter, the characters are not left or right-handed. They're not. They're ambidextrous. They are switch hitters. Okay? So, right now, this is what we call closed stance. Now, this is what we call open stance. Open stance because it opens like a V right now. Right now, it's opening like a V with the joint being our 2 front feet are next to each other, right? My right foot, your left foot, okay? This is closed stance. Now I want you to go ahead and do 1K. I think it's 1K. I can't remember what move. Yeah. This is also open stance. Doesn't matter whether it's left or right. What matters is that one person is fighting like a lefty and the other person's fighting like a righty. Okay, this is like not orthodox. Open stance, and then now closed stance. Does this make sense yet?
Stance is opposites.
Yeah.
But is the
And this affects combos.
Yeah.
So this, not only does this affect combos, but now, okay, so right now we're in closed stance. So here's the rule. With Akira's forced side turn game, if I evade to your chest or offensive move to your chest, so now I want you to just let go of guard. Okay, remember how this thing forces side turn? Okay, so now from closed stance, I'm gonna move to your chest and I'm gonna do this move and watch what happens.
Oh.
Okay, now we're in open stance. It's the other way. I go to his back and watch what happens. Now let's see me defy the rule. So right now, okay, so now next game, what stance are we going to start in? What stance do we always start in? That's the first trick to help you remember. We always start in either open or closed. You want to guess? It's we always start with closed stance. So just remember that. Now that'll help you remember. So we always start in closed stance here. Okay. And this is kind of like orthodox. This is like boxing, right? But now I'm a southpaw. Now this is like how southpaw fights. My jab hand is suddenly my right hand now. Now I'm orthodox, like normal, like most right-handers, where your right hand is your power arm and your left hand is your jab. Unless you're a lefty, then you play the other way, right? In tennis, same thing, right? Most of the world is right-handed, and so because of that, most of sports theory and combat theory is based on how to fight against a right-handed opponent. And this is why left-handers have a distinct advantage by just being different. Okay, so we're in closed stance. So in closed stance, I'm gonna move this again. I'm talking about a very extraneous rule. Right now, this open stance, closed stance is more important for you. But I am just showing you that. But let's defy it. I said that if we were in closed stance, I said that Akira would have to move towards the front, towards the chest, not to the back. Chest, back, butt, and groin. So if I did the opposite, watch what happens when I move to the back in closed stance. Just go ahead and take the hit. So sorry. So I'm gonna move to the wrong way now. See? Very different.
Into open stance.
Yeah, well, okay, I confused you. What I showed you earlier was how this thing can force you in the back turn and combo for 96 damage. So see how you can't do anything. You cannot escape back throw in this game. So I'm showing you an Akira combo that's really nasty. And anyways, that's probably too advanced. But I will say that this is what Gentleman Thief is going for a lot. Because this is a true combo. If that happened. Right? But anyways, so we're going a little bit extra, but you do need to know open and close stance. And I'll bring it up for Jackie really quick to make it super clear. To make it super clear, this is like the best way we're going to drill this, is I'm going to switch to Jackie and I'm going to show you the easiest example I can give and the concrete example so you can kind of feel it out. And then I can quiz you and you can see the results of the quiz. So I'll play Jackie because we're going over open and close stance. This is unique. This is probably unique to Virtua Fighter because Tekken, everybody's right-handed for the most part. But Hwoarang has different move sets when he switches between left and right hand forward. Okay, or right hand back. But anyways, so Jackie, I want you to guard high. What stance are we in? Do you want to guess?
Close stance.
Yes. So watch what happens in close stance. And I want you to try to, this is the move I'm going to do. Okay? And I want you to try to block the high and then block the low. Okay? Close stance. Can you block it? Cannot, right?
No.
Okay, now you see how we're in open stance? I want you to try it again. It pushes you away. So actually, I'm just gonna flat out whiff. But in theory, you could actually block it too. Yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna quiz again. Jackie's gonna really confuse you here, right? Okay. What stance are we in?
Close stance.
All right. What's gonna happen? Can you block the low? If you block the high.
Oh, what, that previous one?
Yeah. We're gonna call this.
Block it.
Yeah, cannot block it. This is a guard break sequence in close stance. But in open stance, what's gonna happen?
You can. Well,
Yeah.
it pushes you away.
Yeah. So yeah, and you can block it too, but yeah. So it's kind of funny, right? So this is just a very naked example of close stance, open stance. Now, it does show up in combos. Now, Final Showdown in Revo has streamlined the combos so that there's not that many open versus close stance combos. They're there. And if you want to maximize damage, you kind of have to. But like at the absolute like high end of damage. But but before Final Showdown, there's actually a lot of open and stance based combos. Like it had a huge effect. Like you really had to know it. But in Final Showdown, they really like kind of lowered that, and so some characters, like Brad, actually really wants to know the stance. It's a big deal for him. So for some characters, this is important. But it's good to understand the concept. Just like how do we determine correct evade direction in Virtua Fighter in this game?
Time's up.
Like if you want to evade a move,
Back or chest.
yeah, okay, so you have no trouble seeing that, right? Another way to think is that open stance is just when our chests are facing the same way and when our backs are when either our back or our chests are facing the same way. Because in open stance, we're just oriented the same way, right? But in closed stance, it's like our chests are facing the opposite. They're kind of facing each other, really.
Round one. Ready?
So do you have any questions about open closed stance, or is there anything that's confusing about it?
No, it makes sense, yeah.
Okay. It makes sense within the game. Of course, real world, it's not how this works, but this is still a game. But it is cool, and I do like VF's system because I do like having to check stance when we fight. I do like that skill. I do like that it has implications and it can swing advantages and disadvantages. But this is also why you'll see Jackie players really try to set up this on Wake Up against you. Because so the proper way to defend, so then what do you think is the best way to defend this thing? If you're in close stance.
Time's up.
Backdash or something?
No, just hold down and guard. Just don't try to high block the first part.
Ready?
So, right, there you go. That's the answer. So, here's the answer, right? That said, the funny thing is that if it hits, like, we'll switch stance. But, like, if you block this low one, we'll maintain the same stance. It's kind of funny. Yeah. So when you're faced with this, the answer is you just gotta low guard it. If somehow you could react to this, you would want to just low guard from the start, even regardless of the stance. But you do want to know that, like, if it's close stance, this thing is like his guard break. It's not the end of the world though. I mean, the reward he gets is solid. It's Okuzeme plus the damage he does there, but like. But it's not like he did the combo right away. He has to earn that extra damage. And he's putting himself at risk doing this. So just like everything else in VF, it's got answers. But just understand, like, if this thing is beating your high guard, that's why. This is what we call Jackie's guard break. So, but it's only on close stance. Alright. Really quick about Jackie, what do you know about Jackie?
Very strong. He does have high strings, but he uses mids to mix it up.
He's
very good whiff punishment.
Yeah. So the thing about Jackie is he's really good whiff punish, right? Really good pressure, but it's a lot of high mid. He does have this. This is good if you can counter hit with it. He does have like this, this especially if he wants to whiff punish with this, like whiff punish under highs. But again, he would probably rather do this because on recovery hit, this thing launches, right? And so as long as he gets a recovery hit with this is like launches. It's really nasty. So whether he's guard punishing you or he ducks under a high, or he does this against throw. Right, then this thing would launch. So for example, like let's say you block my elbow and you throw, right, and this thing launched because it's a recovery hit, because it's hitting the recovery of the throw. And so this is rare because in VF there's not many things that just flat out launch on recovery hit. There's stuff that gains good stuff when you recovery hit. This one launches on recovery hit. It's a pretty big deal. Of course, then he's already got like this, right? And so if you're in side turn and you try to like throw him after this, so like block this and throw, right? It's not guaranteed if he did this to you from the side, but this is true for a lot of launchers in the game. A lot of these minus 15 on guard launchers are like this, right? It's like if they got the side, if you blocked it from the side, it's not guaranteed punish. But this beat knuckle is one of the defining traits of Jackie. But then, of course, if you are aggressive, you have to worry about this uppercut. Just like all uppercuts, this one will lead to good combos against you. Jackie's string pressure is what drives a lot of people crazy. So you kind of want to. And here's the thing. Yeah, let's cover Jackie. The thing about Jackie's side pressure or his string pressure is he's got some EX highs. Right, so like...
What's the noob killer strings?
Yeah, I don't know all this... I'm not good at memorizing the full move list, if I'm being honest. But here's the thing. I do this, right? Try to low punch after blocking it.
It jails.
It's not that it jails. Okay, so in general, the first two strings will jail. So if you block the first one, that second one, you're going to be locked in, right? But the thing about Jackie is that this third punch is an EX high.
Right.
So what you got to do, so how do you punish an EX high?
Wait and launch it, duck and wait.
Duck and recovery hit it. And how does Lao do that? There you go. Like that. There you go, that was perfect.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna test this out, right? How do you do this against? Just go ahead and keep doing that.
Sorry, what was that? Go ahead and...
duck and punish this. Like, block the first hit and then duck and punish the third punch. There you go. And I am gonna hold guard just to kind of test it out if you're doing that. There you go. And it's important to know this because normally this is where a lot of developing players lose to Jackie too, is losing to the EX highs that he does have in his strings. Right. Of course, common one is that because low attack being in the middle of a string is not that common, this is a common beginner destroyer sequence, is this one. Is it? I'm like such a scrub. Like, I actually don't know this. Like, did they change that? Maybe they did. Maybe they changed the string. This used to be much more annoying. There used to be like a second kick after this. I think that's probably, maybe I'm just like out of date now. Because Jackie used to just knock you down with this low kick here. So annoying. Like, he would do this low kick, then he had a kick follow-up that would knock you down. And then have Okizeme. And I guess maybe they took it out. So now he just kicks your shit. And that's good. But this
I know there's that one in the stance where he comes in and does the small kick.
Yeah. That's
pretty annoying if you can't.
So, yeah, I think that's what they did, but with Jackie learning his strings, it is important to learn how to deal with his strings. But a lot of times, like when you see this elbow here, crouch dash after blocking the elbow. Yeah. Right. It is looking funny with our rollback, but it's all good. But you can kind of see it that that after you block his elbow, usually you can go ahead and crouch dash. But of course, if the Jackie's doing elbow kick, you'd want to punish it if you could. But Lau doesn't have the best punish, so he'd rather duck under and do his launcher, right? So he would much rather go ahead and try to do the punch, the knife. Like in the case of Lau, he wants to do this, yeah. So you definitely want to do that as the way that you punish Jackie. Now this is the problem, is this one here. So you can test out how to punish this. And you might not, you might just like be patient and just punish the kick. So train yourself on these strings like this and just kind of get to know what can you really do and what can you really punish. Because I think with Lau, for a dedicated Lau player, if Lau is your main, this would be essential to do, especially against Jackie. You don't want to let him get free pressure against you. So you want to punish strings like punch, punch, punch. EX highs are wonderful opportunities to duck and punish for Lau. So Lau specializes in destroying EX highs because that's his best launcher, or his fastest launcher.
Yeah.
So again, we'll go back to Akira here. So when it comes to Akira, we're looking at his throws, and so you got to worry about the combo throw. Basically, you're mainly worried about the combo throw, which is core circle back throw.
That's the back.
So escaping the back is really good against him. Really, really good. But some Akiras just, are gonna actually mix in, do more damage. I don't know much about the nuance in Akira. I just know that, usually I'll do the back and then try to do the guessing game after that, right? Because this combo throw is such a big threat, it will ring you out. And so, but he has good Okizeme. Now that said, let's talk about things to practice against Akira. Go ahead and knock him down with the sweep. Do down kick and guard. Look at Akira. See where his nose is pointed? So look at where his face is facing. In this case, this is kind of down. So I want you to go ahead and just try to move. And then when you see the rising attack, I want you to evade in that direction. So try to evade
the way
down.
the nose is pointing.
Yeah. This one is a little harder, but yeah, go ahead and try again. There you go. This is kind of the trick with Akira. Now when he's face down head towards, when his face is down, you kind of want to go where his back of his head is pointing, which is harder, but yeah. But in training mode, you can practice this. Find the visual tell that works for you. Okay, so just stare at the different body positions when you knock him down, and then look at that, and then you'll be able to react to his rising attacks and punish him. This is probably one of the bigger vulnerabilities of Akira, is that his rising attack sucks. So that's not working, so probably not, but it depends on when you evade. It probably depends on when you evade.
Yeah.
So in this case, let's say that you probably wouldn't get that online, so try 4-6P.
Knockout. Round 4. Ready, go!
Yeah, that was perfect.
Yeah.
Kinda. Yeah, I tried to guard, couldn't guard.
Knockout.
Yeah.
So practice that and find the tell that works for you. It's important that you figure out whatever the visual tell is, but there is a visual tell, and it'll help you punish Akira. Akira's rising attack is his weakest point. They're all evadable. They're all punishable.
That's the double palm shout.
Yeah. So that's a weak point. Back throw is generally good against him, but then after that, you have to understand how much throws you're willing to tolerate. He can do a lot of conversions at the wall, so you got to be careful. Now, I don't know his game well enough to explain it, but I do know that that if he gets you his side turn game is pretty vicious. So the downside to you doing defensive techniques like fuzzy guard or ECD is him going in and doing offensive move and then assaulting you from the side and getting you into a wall. So, but that's a little advanced. The more basics gist of Akira, though, the general basics is just how strong and robust this is. Now, there's this. Let's talk about shoulder wrap because this gives a lot of people a hard time. So go ahead and mash high punch.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Just mash hot punches, like punch string. Yeah. Generally, this has a high chance at beating high attacks. I would hesitate to say it was for sure, because sometimes the high punch will still beat it, but shoulders typically have a high chance of beating it. So then the problem is that when they do get you, a lot of times they're gonna go for this 4-6P, and so you gotta first you have to break the stagger. Now from the front, this stagger not too hard to break. From the side, a lot harder to break. Okay, so from the side it's a lot harder to break. So in this case, you want to do the drill where, like, let's say, go ahead and block. Let's say you attack me back after I hit you after you guard this.
Okay.
And then you just let me hit you there. Oh, okay, so this brings us another one. So if I evade and get this, if I evade and get the 3P plus K, the double palm is guaranteed. And that's because of how the frames line up and because double palm is so fast and double palm is a mid. So what happens is it takes advantage of when you're side turn, it takes 3 extra frames to guard, to move, or to do like a defensive technique like a reversal. Okay? So first, actually, just stand still. Just hold a high guard, actually. I am going to offensive move into this. See how it's a blue hit? So I want you to try to guard after. Can't guard, right?
No.
Okay. Now I want you to try to, evade. Cannot evade.
You can't.
Yeah.
No.
And if you had a reversal, you wouldn't be able to reversal too. What you theoretically could do is attack, but I want you to see what happens. Okay. The problem is because this is a mid, this is not going to work, and I'll show you. So when you try to attack, yeah. So after you get hit by this thing, try to attack. See how you got purple hit there?
Yeah.
And look at how much, watch the difference in damage. It's quite a bit. Now try to do a launcher. Oops, 1 sec. Sorry. We won't see it this time, but we'll see it the next time. But yeah, try to do like your biggest hitting launcher.
Ready, go!
Trying to do the 3 Fever's K. It's not. Still getting a blue hit.
There you go. But it'll do more damage. And so this is a significant enough damage. So if you attack, you're gonna take more damage. So you kind of have to. You just know that you're gonna eat this. So just try to guard or whatever. But this does put you vulnerable because now if he gets you guarding, then this becomes a good setup for guard break and other stuff too. So if anything, you know, I guess maybe just you can evade cancel. You could mix between evade cancel and guard, but just don't attack. You know.
Yeah.
But actually, I would actually just say practice do evade cancel. I'll show you. We'll go into that.
Ready, go!
Yeah. Now here's the funny thing. This guard break's annoying, right? You can like Nitaku if you take the hit on this. But also, if you take the hit on this one, the mid one, you can throw him. Watch, I'm gonna mash punch after. Just throw him after taking the hit, alright? See?
Yeah.
It's like guaranteed. Even if it counter hits you. So like, do like low punch. Let me see. Yeah, do a low punch and then mash something.
Round 2.
And then throw.
Ready, go!
There you go. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
So like even if you like yeah, so throw is guaranteed. If you take the hit from the front or any kind of hit from this chicken wing, you can throw him. That's hard to do on reaction, but you can do it if they get predictable about using this move.
Yeah.
And in a real match they'll do this to you on Okizeme, especially near the wall. But they'll try to get you to, and so you just have to understand that's why it becomes a guess between attack and defense. As you know, this move is annoying. Do you know why the standing palm is so annoying? 4-6B.
Ready, go!
I want you to block. Okay, I want you to block this in low punch, okay?
You want me to do what?
Block the standing palm and do a low punch in response.
Okay.
Low punch, yeah. This is +1 on block.
Okay.
Not the same for Lao does not have. Lao is not +1 on block on his. You can try the same thing. You can try to do Lao's 4-6P and low punch after and see what happens. So go ahead and do Lao's standing palm and then low punch.
Which was that?
Back forward punch 4-6P.
Oops.
Round 4.
Base is 15 frame Punisher. Yeah.
Go!
Oh, back forward 4-6. Yeah. No.
Yeah, there we go.
right? He's very minus. But Akira is +1. This jerk. So Akira is +1, and so this is actually sometimes some players you'll deal with this flow chart, and so low punch is good, but like you'll deal with them like doing this into this, even though they should normally do this, right? And so with Akira, this dashing elbow, the regular one, is 13 frames. But they made it 13 frames to compensate for that forward input, so it effectively acts like a 14 frame mid, just like anyone else's elbow. And so that's why literally it is Akira's elbow is just better than everyone else's. His dashing elbow is better than pretty much all elbows. It's the best elbow. Hypergraph about I think Hypergraph said that baffling frame data choice. I think he's talking about the 46p. It's intentional. It's part of his design. It's obnoxious. So it's like if you block from the side and he does if he does this, and then then he's got like he can do this, which is really insane, right? It's just way too much pressure. And then on top of that, then we go into that classic game. So watch this. Let's keep doing the same game. Right, 1 second. And then we go into this, so. Right? And so now here's the thing. This thing, I think once I hit you with dashing elbow, I think it's +9 or +7. It's one of those two. It's big enough. It's at least +7, right? Dashing elbow from the side counter hit would be +11, so I get guaranteed throw, but also but just like side normal hit is like +7, and because of that, you know how we talked about this having this game where as long as they mash, they're dealing with this, right? And so these cover the half circle, like everything except guard. As long as he guesses right with this, right? But these are opposite halves. Now, I should make it clear, because we didn't finish the lecture on that. Go ahead and guard. I told you that this one, he can fuzzy guard. So you want to know that this one, he can fuzzy guard. But if you block this one, go ahead and throw me. Gosh, this is stupid. That is really fuzzy guard too? That's beyond stupid. So Akira is also -4 on this, which is so stupid, right? So this is like also why his +7 is so freaking vicious, right? This is like beyond. This is just too much, right? This is why attack. Like, are you gonna attack or are you gonna throw? Are you gonna defend or are you gonna attack? That's like the game with on the most extreme level, because he can just fuzzy guard after this shit. So because of that, when you're dealing with an Akira that's fuzzy guarding, what do you think it could do? Guard break, because Lao is pretty good here. So go ahead and block and do guard break, yeah. Like, get used to doing this against Akira to call him out. So. So, well, he doesn't have any full circular kicks, yeah. So his lows are annoying. They're still good. I mean, they're what they are. But his 3P+K is very annoying if it does touch you, but it is very punishable. So as Lao, you definitely want to punish this. So if you start try to just go ahead and evade it, and just go ahead and evade it after you see me do the offensive move. And you can evade it either direction. So you have to let go of guard to evade though. Tap up for neutral or down neutral.
Excellent.
So I want you to punish. I want you to try to punish Akira's 3P+K.
Ready, go!
So I want you to evade it. I'm doing it this way just because this is just to train you, visually train you. So after you see this offensive move, I want you to kind of evade when you start seeing the animations for this. Okay? There you go. And then practice punishing it. Try 3P+K.
3P.
Launcher. There you go. It's guaranteed. As long as you evade it, early enough. So I want to train you on punishing this. And you're going to see this thing come up sometimes in the open, but usually you see it after they evade something like your low punch. So for example, I'm going to low punch, I want you to low punch back, okay? Okay. Like here. Okay? There you go. You're not buffering. It's online, so it's hard.
My bad.
Time's up.
But this is good because you can see whether you're buffering or not.
Doing it slow.
You can see whether you're buffering or not. So this is. There you go.
Yes.
This is a good
That's
training.
tough. That's real tough.
You get used to it. You gotta. So what you do is you gotta not respond to the hit, but you gotta kind of just feel it once you see the Akira low punch. So for me, it's just when I see that right angle on the elbow, even though his default stance looks like that.
And then it's just you get hit like that.
Yeah. Well, that's why you see the sequence a lot online. In general, you see the sequence a lot, period. And that's why we're training on it. And just go ahead and destroy him when you can. Make up for that. Get your revenge.
Round 5. Ready, go!
It's funny if I pre-buffer that. So getting used to this, it's good to have a training partner, right?
Yeah.
That's a good way to do it. This is actually probably the highest damage combo would be that way. And this is also a very safe way to do it too. In case you were slow or in case you evaded way too late. Because when you evade is what matters for how vulnerable they are. It's not a flat number on evasion. It's like if you evade early, you get more advantage. If you evade late, you get less advantage.
Yeah.
And so, does that help with some parts of the Akira matchup there?
Yeah, no, that was really good.
Okay. This sequence is really important to understand. It happens a lot. I fall to it, so that's why I'm training you on it. Okay. Pi, this one, I'm not going to be able to give the most complete primer, but I'm going to at least give you some basics. With Pi is a little harder to explain. It's just that she's fast, she's annoying, she can do quite a bit. Some tips I can tell you is how hard it is to actually punish her on block. So let's practice that. You're gonna have to do PK punish, I'm pretty sure. Try 4-6P. So block this move and try to punish with 4-6P. I think this is minus 13, but so I don't think it's possible. Yeah, you can't even do it with elbow. Oh, I guess you can. So 4-6P. Okay.
Yeah.
But test how fast you have to be to do it. Allow yourself a little room and see generally if you can punish it or not when it's a little slow. Because at least in the past, if you were a little slow on this would be hard to punish. But at least you know that you can do the combo against her like this. Now, this one's another one. Sorry. This one, I do think you have to PK punish. I'm screwing it up.
Mine's clean, isn't it?
No, it's okay. It's because of the way you have to input this move. Good. It's very easy to miss the punish against Pi if you're slightly late. Well, it depends on the move. I have to like do this move slow.
Yeah. Okay. Very easy to be slow on it.
Yep. Yeah, we're just doing some general basic matchup stuff. Right. Now here's the funny thing. This is a +5. So I'm going to do this into low punch, and I want you to take advantage, do like a side kick.
Time's up.
There you go.
Round 3.
This is hard. This one you have to commit. You have to, when you see this move, if you want to have that +5, you have to commit to it. Really good. That's a great choice. I like the 6K. Because most of the time, a lot of Pi players, if you don't commit, even offline, the Pi player will run around and this will feel like it's a +5 for her, but it's +5 for you. Now, of course, it's different if she does this, but, you know, but then you can just punish her and it's not too hard to do. So you want to get used to taking this 5 frames and making her have to fuzzy guard. So, those are simple things with her with that. Of course, this is underrated. I think old school players know how to use this move. The problem with doing a big move against
this one,
her,
is it?
well, it's just a low tag, but then she has a guessing game after it. But I don't want you to be obsessed with the low so much as just know that that you're going to be in a guessing situation after that. So we have to deal with stuff like her Bokutai stance.
It's like the charge attack, isn't there?
Round 1. Ready?
Let me see what they're asking in the chat here. How negative is which move? The Akira 3P plus K? Akira 3P plus K, when you block it, is -5. Yeah, it's only -5. Alright, so anyways, so of course there's this move that's annoying, right? Do you know why this move is annoying?
Yeah, because there's a trap where you can backdash and do the...
Well, no, this move is annoying. This move is annoying because it's 12 frames.
Okay, right.
So this is as fast as your jab, but it does more damage than your jab. It's gonna win a lot of stuff, right? So like if you, it's just gonna win a lot of situations. Like let's say you do, go ahead and do jab elbow. I'm gonna test this. It's really annoying, right? It's like you can't jab elbow me. So then you have to like jab low punch. if she stops it. I mean, if she was that sharp, but you know. But see, but this totally upends your sense of the frame data. So that's partly what Pi does. Is the more frame tight you play, the more this move can disrupt you. What's the weakness of this move? What do you think are the weaknesses of this move?
Pushback. So if you backdash and they do something.
Yeah. So that it's, well, I wouldn't say that's a weakness, but I would say that the pushback is a feature, but it does mean that you should play it as a post-push guessing game. However, the direct weaknesses of this attack is that, well, one, like let's say she does this. Come up with a solution for this. Do you think you could punish this? Let's turn it around. Okay. There's 2 ways to punish this. Yeah, you can evade punish it. That's number 1. Right? Try to just try to test what you can do against it. Try to block the jab, evade this. You could throw. Try to do an attack. We know that if an attack works, that a throw will work. So we want to understand if an attack will work. Can you evade punish this with an attack, and how much can you evade punish this sequence? There you go. That's guaranteed. But now you're gonna have to test your buffering, your evading, if they did this. Okay. But maybe PK. Try PK.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe not, but maybe throw. We know that it's possible, but you would have to evade early. But if you think you're slightly late, then
Yeah, if you're slightly late,
then just go ahead and throw if you're not sure of yourself. But you get but look at that was normal throw. That was not side throw. You have a throw guessing game.
Time's up.
Okay, so it's really important to understand to look at that these things have answers. This move is annoying. She puts herself at, but what kind of risk is she doing? If she thinks this is the answer, you can upend that idea. The other way is you can backdash. So like, block the high jab and then backdash. And I think that should work. But if not, then at least we figure out what ranges, what frame situations you do have backdash.
Ready, go!
Yeah, so try to backdash launch this. Just do like back 3P plus K. Yeah, that's a good one. I don't want to ring you out. Nice.
It's tough.
It is. I'm giving you the most extreme version. Most Pi players are not going to do this. They're going to do some other thing, but this is just giving you an idea of what you can do. Like, I'm just giving you ideas of ultimately stuff you can practice that would help you be sharper, but also execute sharper. But your execution is quite good, but your responses are actually pretty sharp. So I do want you to know that like you're already a pretty sharp player. You might be because you're just fully committing and you might feel like you're mashing it out, but you're making a lot of good choices while doing it. But yeah, but anyways, you get the idea. In theory, this backdash could be like she could be setting stuff up. She could be like this into this, and then you're just like, oh no, I can just punish it. So this thing has got short range. That's a weakness. It's just more like, okay, I mean, like backdash becomes an option if she keeps overdoing this move. But then, like you said, if you block it, you can also play the backdash game. It's a really good one because she can do this and too. So she might be trying to zone you and you can zone her. So like this, boom, right? Yeah. So stuff like that. Now, when she does get punished, you have to know that not only that you probably can't really do the fuzzy guard as much because she might do like this, right? And she might do this. She might do this, right? But then she just also might be playing like normal. So remember, PK punish is the most common punish in the game. Like if your opponent whiffs, if you whiff, you get it. So as Lao, you should use it a lot because you get stance games with it, right? So both these characters get to like play stance games with their PK punish, right? Lao gets to choose if he does it or not, and it's important. I know I'm not saying revolutionary things about Pi. I'm just giving just basic stuff because a lot of people wonder what to do, and it's like, well, you kind of have to just understand that that this thing is messing you up because if you're playing too frame tight, this thing just upends that because it's a 12 frame stronger than an elbow, you know? It does more damage than the elbow, so it wins a lot of things. But it's got a weakness, so if you learn how to spot that, a lot of times the hard part for Pi is she's got to also fight move to move. She's got to be thinking very carefully about each one. And I wish I could tell you more, but I can just say that she can kind of like apply some strings when you start being more thoughtful. Then there's of course this, right? Which is a really good sequence. This 3P is really good. I can't go into it because I don't play Pi, but I can just tell you that this 3P is something to study, to practice her move list from 3P. She's got a bunch of different stuff. She's got advanced techniques too. And so it just means that she can chip you with a low and force you into a guessing game, right? So she can do this, she can do this, she can do this, right? And then she can also do some advanced movement from that. And then, she can also do this. She can do this, right? So, and then she's got like this, right? So these are all things she can do from 3P. Her 3P is really good. The more she gets you thinking, the harder it is. So this is all from a low attack. That's pretty safe because of the follow-ups. The follow-ups make it safe.
Round 2. Ready, go!
But yeah, so there's that. Now let's do throws. Okay. I don't know the throws too much. I know that now she's got this combo, and I don't know the combo, but she can do a lot of damage. So this is the back threat. the two things that threaten back are that and then this one. So go ahead and get thrown by this. This one used to be her high damage throw, and then now she's got this combo throw, in which case she can do a kick combo. Alright, so combo throw is threatening on the back. Front throw, you can tech roll this if you get used to the timing. And you might want to practice an AI, but you can tech roll. You can tech roll this. It's, for me, it's like just a little before you hit the ground, do the tech. You know.
Ready, go!
And then there's this throw is also forward. Both of these are forward. Now this one, if you take this one, this leads to low throw. So if she does this throw, you have to do a low throw escape. Now, in the past, this one used to be stronger because she would be like, because she would be back turn, and that would like allow her to do this like this launcher. If she like if you messed up, if you didn't break stagger, because this low throw used to do a stagger, and it was pretty strong. I don't know how to do it now, but I don't know if that got taken out or not. But that said, this is no longer, I don't think this is as strong, but you do need to know that you need to escape low throw, and you probably want to escape like probably down or down back. But Pai's low throw game is complicated. It's more of a utility low throws. So like other characters like Wolf and Aoi just do lots of damage on low throw, and everyone else, Taka, Jeffrey, Go has one setup direction and the rest are damage, but they all do damaging low throws. Pai seems like she's mostly setting you up, and I don't fully know her game either. I just know that the low throws are more like that you're playing games as opposed to just flat out doing damage yet. And so it's good to understand that, so that in case you have to deal with that. Obviously she's got reversals. I think this is an underrated move, just simply because you can kind of delay it like a lot. And so, not a lot, but you can delay it enough to cause higher level people to make messed up decisions here. Right?
That's safe, isn't it? Your Nitaku.
46k. We'll take a look at what the frames are. I mean the fact that it's got a second but makes it safe, but 46k by itself is -7 and the second one is -8. So if she does, so the thing is, just from this existing, she could do this. Because you probably, I mean, you could actually probably option select attack there, to be, if I'm being honest. You could probably option select Nitaku somehow after blocking the first one. There's probably a special timing, but again, she's able to delay this kind of decently. See, like, she can delay it like probably that much, and so that is enough to make this kind of viable. Right, as long as she mixes it up and the opponent doesn't guess right. But it is annoying. It's a very, to me, it's an annoying move. It's not the best move, but it's not a bad move. It's actually pretty good. But then it leads to, you know, Okizeme, Scatter Sweeps. Of course, you want to get better at punishing lows when you do block them. But in your case right now, I think the way that you're playing, the way that you currently play, you kind of accept some lows, but you're doing a lot more solid stuff elsewhere. So the lows haven't become like a huge threat to you yet. But if there is a quote-unquote vulnerability that I've seen, is that at the moment you're not yet comfortable blocking lows, and that's okay. I'm not comfortable blocking lows either. I kind of make them have to do it a lot to me before I'm gonna start like really punishing them for it. Eventually you want to get there, but I don't think it's the biggest weakness, because I think your strengths elsewhere more than make up for it, and that the way that you're currently playing works with your current skill set, so that those lows are just they're just chipping at you. They're not doing as much damage yet, right?
Yeah, I mean, with the lows, I never know, unless someone's super predictable with the lows.
Yeah.
I never, and bits are so powerful in this game. They start hanging in the low guard and then get launched.
I see. So Marley J says that the dangerous low throw is 3-3P plus G. Okay, I'll test that out. Is that? I wonder if maybe that leads to her being back turn. Maybe that's the stagger one. Okay, so maybe that's why I misunderstood this. So it's 3-3P plus G. Thanks a lot. Thanks Hypergrab, and thanks Marley J.
Round one. Ready?
Yeah, the other thing that okay, so understated. What's the unique strength of being a two-handed attack? Generally, a lot of defense techniques do not work on it. So Aoi can reverse this, but she cannot parry it with her Tenchi stance. Other characters cannot reverse this, so like Pai cannot reverse this. She can revert and so two-handed attacks. Also, anti-Sabaki. If your opponent likes to do Sabaki, this will almost always beat it. Okay, this is the one. Yeah, so this is the one. This is 3-3 P plus G. Right. So I have to crouch backdash into that. Yeah, this is the really dangerous one. Okay, hyper grab. Enjoy this one. So here we got like this into low. This is down. And you can see the damage there, right? And then this one into this. Into like I think it's like 3PP, 4P into like more stuff. She's got a big damage combo. So this is actually the one. This crouch backdash. You have to pre-buffer crouch backdash. So you do this, like into that, and good stagger break. If they don't break the stagger break though, they're in deep trouble. So yeah.
Yeah, that's probably me.
So that said, in Final Showdown, it was basically like if you could break the stagger, then you just accepted like those first two parts, right? And so you would just deny other things because you could break the stagger. But if you couldn't break the stagger, you had to now worry about that, you know. And so maybe a Pi player tests your knowledge, maybe not, but it's pretty good. I'll be practicing it myself, that combo. Pi is just, you know, she's got an 11 frame jab. This by itself means that there's a lot of situations she can call out that you know, just by using jab if she's bold enough to do it. I am. But, and so she's very good at disrupting. That said, and then her neutral tools are pretty good and fast. But at the same time, a lightweight character is usually winning neutral on speed. It does mean that they're likely to lose it on damage. So I'm going to talk about Akira again. Another reason that Akira's moveless is really terrifying, he's got better neutral than heavyweight characters. He's got a lot of moves that do 25 or more damage, that move forward and are fast. This is all the recipes for winning neutral. If like two people attack at the same time, Akira's gonna win it like a lot with those tools. Now, because of the complicated inputs of forward versus a forward or a back forward, then because the potential delay when you build in the dash does mean that like sometimes they execute a little slower, but these are really fast moves. And so they're just still executing fast. So Akira is just, it also means that the margin of error on evading a character like Akira is worse. Because more like high likelihood of delaying his attack combined with using a fast attack, like those things cancel each other out to me. This is a fast attack that's slightly delayed, so you could have accidentally evaded too early. You know, like that's why Akira's move list, like already, it deals with evade. It really, really does. Just by itself. It doesn't need to be full circular to do that. It just needs to be applied in the right places. And that's what makes Akira very terrifying, actually, because at some point, if you kept trying to evade Akira, at the higher level, you'll just keep getting hit. You'll get hit over and over, and it hurts. It hurts so much. So, not the best primer for Pi, but I think you get some ideas of things that you want to look for and why. Is that basically you do want to buffer fast against her, is what I'm going to say. Akira, you might actually have to slow yourself down because there's a lot of guard stun, and sometimes there's big guard stun, sometimes like just a big recoil from his attacks. So then if the recovery time is greater than 12 frames, then you got to wait before buffering a little, right? So with Akira, it's sometimes you have to slow down how you input to buffer correctly, but against Pi sometimes you have to just be really, really sharp, you know. All right, we've already talked. You already know a lot about Lao, and we've kind of talked about it. It's tempting to bring it up though. Actually, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up. Things about Lao, because for the audience, because a lot of people want to know. Why do I'm gonna bring up the whole. Let's first talk about what moves are really, really good of his and why they're, but the challenges for them. So you go ahead and guard. So we've talked about one of Lao's best moves is this move. Back punch and kick, 4P plus K. This is an EX mid. So even if he blocks low, he's not going to take damage. So you go ahead and block low. Okay, no damage. However, go ahead and block low again. However, this second punch will be guaranteed if they block this low. So the thing about this move, it's important to understand that the punch follow-up is important. So 4 punch punch kick P. Why? Because if you do, I want you to, block low, and then I want you to, after you block the sequence, I want you to elbow me, or low punch me after you block it.
Time's up.
I am like +2 at least. I think I'm +3, but if he blocks low, I will definitely be like +2 or +3. And so this 6P is strong. If he blocks this high, so go ahead and block the sequence high. If he blocks both of these, then low punch, by the way. Then I'm like +1. So the main thing he has to do is actually block high, then block low. And then I have to kind of defend. Right? So you gotta block the... Is it? Or are you stuck? Are you jailed? Can you not block low? Can you not crouch under the second one? Try to crouch the second one. You cannot, huh? Okay.
No.
Alright, so then we're just in this +1. That's okay. That's okay.
Round 3.
Lao's in this +1, but here's the funny thing. Lao can play, everyone can play games, so you can crush. So go ahead and crush low after this, right? Like 1P plus K. It's good. Yeah, right? And then Lao has to then, you know, start doing stuff like this. Right? But, so you're playing the +1 game there. Now, the thing is, there's a scary part. What about this? So now, I want you to do this thing. I want you to block and then low punch. This works. This, because when I do this in the stance, in the tiger stance, I'm like at least +3. So I can do the uppercut. I screwed that up. Yeah. And so then this uppercut is like real nasty.
Ready, go!
Right? Now, okay, so now evade that. So what does Lao do against evade? We've all seen this before. He just dashes in and uppercuts. Right? You know, right? So this is a really strong pressure game. Now here's the thing. What's the problem with this move? This move is 20 frames. So I'm gonna hit you, and I want you to match low punch after I hit you, okay? Go ahead and like get hit. So I'm gonna hit you, and then just mash low punch. Right? So it's like, and then same thing. Here's another problem with Lao. This elbow punch, right? Block the elbow and then mash low, then low punch. Right? Can't do that. So I gotta treat it like a normal elbow, and we know that. But what I'm saying is that Lao, like, it's helpful to push Lao to try to crush your low, your 2P. 2P like cause a lot of BS. If you play very moral or even aggressive with low punch against Lao, you will cut off a lot of pressure on the fast level, but then he has ways to beat it. So how does he beat it? So go ahead and like block the elbow and then low punch, right? Because this is still good to do. So good, like that. So he could beat it like this that we've seen and then into guessing game, but he could also beat it like, you know, this. This is actually really the scary way to do it because that's a good amount of damage and a good Okizeme situation. But it's worth it to make Lao show that he's willing to do that, honestly, in my opinion, because you could punish this, right? Like let's say you dash into evade this, or, you know, yeah, and then you kind of punish him, right? So again, you make him If you learn to kind of dash evade, but again, make him do it first. It's harder for him to crush it than to do anything else. So make him do the hard thing, and then punish that. So yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, so this move is so good. Now here's the other thing about this move though. So we've talked about the weakness of this being that it's slow. But let's say you did evade, right? Like let's say I'll do this and you evade. Okay, so it's actually not bad to do this. Right? And then we can also delay into other stuff. But we can also, yeah. And then we can do this and run away. Right? So these are all parts of Lao's flow that like Lao has a lot of knife attacks. So right now we're talking about 4P plus K being one of his best moves. Let's talk about another move. Now he does have a mid version. This one. This is really good, but the problem is, again, 20 frames, kind of slow, kind of hard, and people kind of react to this. When they see this, a lot of people will just evade on react. At higher level, people when they see this will kind of just evade on reaction if they didn't evade cancel. So this has got like, so then he has to fully commit to doing like, you know, kind of like these types of things. But this is good. If he applies pressure, it's good. So if he counter hits with high punch, if he counter hits with 1P, then he can, you know, he can do this or he can do the 20, any of these 20 frames. But if you always do these 20 frames at like +8, you're asking to be evaded, to be honest. Like, because evade becomes very strong against these. But these are still really, really good moves. So he wants to punish you for evading. He wants you afraid. He wants you to lock up, and he wants you to play a delay game. Because once you play a delay game against Lao, then Lao can start using 20 frame attacks. And so if you play, like, if you refuse to play the evade game or the delay game, if you play like speed 0, speed 1, this is actually makes it so that Lao has to play like really thoughtfully and with a lot more hit confirming on his fast moves. But again, so we've talked about this, which is really good, has many branching options. We talked about this, which is almost the same, has similar branching options, but not exactly, but they're similar. But this is good long-range punishment because if this hits, these three are guaranteed. Same thing as this. These would all hit. His easy move to do is this, but we'll talk about the challenges of using Lao with fast attacks. Okay, so then another thing is this move, 20 frame launcher. Really good, but this is kind of like everyone else's 17 frame launcher, but it's 20 frames. So Lao has trouble because even if Lao gets this, he doesn't get it. He's got to do this on the side to do that. Okay, and then that changes his combo too. And on top of that, this launcher, you do want to learn the combos. And they're a little different between characters. Okay, so that's some complexity there. So the point being, Lao has amazing moves that are 20 frames, but they're 20 frames. And so you have to get around that. But why? Okay, so why should the opponent play really fast? Let's talk about it then. Okay, so we've talked about elbow punch being really good. It sets up stance if you can confirm it. So if you know that your opponent's crouched, if you know that you're going to hit with this, pretty good to go ahead and do this into the guessing games, right? And so when you see your opponent, like if you evade and they're crouched, this is pretty good. But so is sidekick. Sidekick is actually really good. Lao's sidekick is very underrated. It's quite good. Not only does it, like, if it purple, it crumples. If it counter hits or it crouch hits, he gets to do Nitaku, so he'll just throw or mix up, you know? Right? He's also got good half circulars. So if he's got all these good things, why are we saying he's technical? Because all of these things have weaknesses, and Lao's move list is divided very heavily. His fast move list is divided heavily between moves that are crouched and moves that are standing. If he's crouched, 3P is this. Okay? If he's standing, he has the easy whiff punish. This thing is an easy beginner's whiff punish. Somebody whiffs in front of me, I can do it, but I have to be standing. If I'm crouching, I do a high. This move is actually a high. The from crouch 3P is a high. So if you just keep ducking, I will not hit you with that. Right? If you were to match low punch, I will not hit you with that. So if if like I saw you made a mistake, and I go, oh, 3 PPK is my easy way to punish that mistake, but I'm already crouching. As a beginner, I'm gonna make this mistake and do a high attack. It sucks, but that move is awesome. That move is really awesome. We'll talk about why it's awesome. Okay.
Round 1. Ready?
So he's got to be standing to kind of do this, right? If he's ducking, but that said, this move is an amazing duck and punisher, right? Now, I want you to do sweep. Do sweep. Okay, but I can't punish with this, right? This is a high.
Yeah.
Right? So I've got to do switch to this, which is good, right? I could do this, but they've got to be like -20 is the problem. If they're not -20, I think you can guard some of these. But if they're not -20, like Lao's in trouble, right? And some of the sweeps are not -20. But that said, Lao can punish as long as they're like -20. Otherwise, Lao's got to do stuff like sidekick punch or 6 PP into mix up, or 6P plus KP, which is good. Right. Like this one is good. So this is a good one because of this. So you do this and then you crouch dash and you do this, and if you time it right, it'll really kind of it can like really get them. But you got to kind of know it, right? But once you master this timing, it's pretty scary. It's really good to do the 3-3P, but it's like you have to practice it a lot, and have the AI randomly tech roll. But that's after this, and then of course near the wall, converting this into delay into like this is pretty good. So he's got these moves that are good too, but they're a little, they're good. They're not like amazing, but they're quite good. So this is probably actually the real. If you really want to whiff punish someone, or you saw they made a mistake, this is a little easier way to do it. But it sucks if you're slow and you don't get it. But it's really good if you're like, oh, they made a mistake, I'll just knock them down and then Okizeme. We know that Lao is amazing at the wall, but again, we're going to continue this discussion about what makes him technical. So go ahead and do like, we've already showed it before. But technically, if Lao commits to ducking and punishing highs, he's very good at it. So go ahead and just do like jab into standing palm into 4-6P. Right? So this is too slow, right? But if we're fast, we can do that, and then if we're very sure, we can do a lot more, right? So that's a lot of damage. But it's very easy to screw this up. And this is not an easy thing for a beginner to input, but this is basically from crouch 3P, P plus K. Guaranteed when it's recovery hit, not on normal hit. So if you see a normal hit, they can like defend it. But so you need to make sure that you're perfectly punishing with this. This can require full commitment at a lower level. At a higher level, you might have the reactions to be able to do this when you see stuff. But the problem is this is a high. This is starting with a high. And so because of that, again, block the sweep. I can't do this one, right? If they did a sweep, I wouldn't be able to do this. They need to be standing. But the cool thing is some characters have like standing, like low attacks that are good, but very punishable. So that's why this move also punishes that on block. Otherwise, this move has to really duck and punish stuff. It's really amazing move because this is his fastest way to really do that kind of damage. But it's just kind of complicated because you can't. From standing, you add 1 extra frame, but also you need them to do a high. And so you're either duck and punishing, or you need them to do some standing attack that is really minus while you were crouched. Well, if you were blocked the mid, like if you do, go ahead and do the launcher, right? And then guard. Right? I can't do it because this extra frame is costing me. So I can't punish with this. I mean, so Lao has to punish with like, go ahead, do it again. Right, so Lao has to punish with like this, which is really good. This move is amazing, but this is Lao's main punisher until, for the most part. Because this is his -15. This is a really good -15 frame punisher. And then of course he gets the guard break, which also makes this really good. So at a low level, he wants to use this a lot too. At high speed, he wants to use this guard break quite a bit, set up this scary thing. But again, low punch is going to beat the guard break. Low punch is going to would beat a naked version of this, right? So his pressure at high speed has some, like, low punch can keep him in check. And so if you know the frames, if you know Lao's strings, there's a lot of times you just stick a low punch and he's got to, like, go out of his way to beat it. And then you can play mind games after that. But you kind of want to force him to kind of crushing the low punches. But it does mean that you don't mash low punch. But what I am saying is that if you did mash low punch, there's a lot of stuff that wouldn't work as well. But then he would start backdash launch, or things like that. So when you're fighting against Lao, though, staying up close to him and playing it frame tight is very strong against him. And it locks him off of those 20 frame attacks until he counter hits you with a jab. In which case it's a strong guess, and you have a strong guess against him because you could just evade punish him too, to a degree. So Lao is one of those characters where he's solid, he's strong, he will teach you a lot, but beginner VF players may struggle because of how kind of technical his game is a little bit. These little details add up to being a lot to think about when you're just trying to learn how to basically apply stuff. And with Jackie, I can just say, well, if they whiff, hit punch and kick same time. And if you block something really big, do maybe 6 PK and then later beat knuckle and then later 6K. I can keep the plans are a little simpler to explain. With Lao, it's kind of like, well, you do this, but if they start doing this, then you got to deal with this, and yeah. So Lao is one of those characters where it gets detail oriented, but because of that, though, he does make the player. He does force the player to learn the game in more detail, and he is an amazing character to learn the game through if you're patient. But I don't want you to quit the game because you lost patience, So, and some people will. So that's why he's not always recommended. He's recommended to people that like to study the game. Go is also recommended to people who like to study the game. But there are people that want to just get results now. Lao, it might take some time to get results. But when you do, it will feel good, and you will feel very rewarded. And Lao will build your skills. Go will also build your decision skills, like your guessing skills. But again, if you're not the type of person that has the patience for that, and I tell you, oh, you should just play Go because it'll teach you everything, or you should play Lao because it'll teach you everything, and then you quit the game, that's not my goal. And that's the reason that some people hesitate, and some people are like, no, you should totally have people learn.
Isn't that the reason why it's not very popular?
In the West, yeah. In Asia, he's popular, but I think he's popular because they do want to study him, or because they feel like he's the honest character in this game, And the standard way to play him in Asia is like as a chicken, is to be very patient, hit confirm, and play it very safe until and then just maybe certain moments. So yeah, hey Spartan. So we are paying compliments to Lao, as you know. You know as well as anyone, though, that Lao is definitely a skill-based character, but also, if you understand the game system, very cool character. I think he's forced me to improve on a lot of skills too, and that's why I love playing him. But I do still apply a lot of pressure with him, and I'm not afraid to use reads. All right, so that's kind of some of Lao. Actually, we're gonna do one more game because we're gonna talk about his throws. So Lao's throw game. Good. Lao's throw game is he has a good throw game. What makes it a good throw game? Dangerous with all three directions. All three directions serve good purposes, right? We know that neutral throw we talked about earlier. No matter what, even if the opponent escapes it, the players will switch positions. So if I'm at the wall, and the opponent and I want to get out of here, I just need to do neutral throw. Okay, let's say that they're not allowing it. They're playing in certain ways. Well, okay, so I'm going to crouch dash and guard. I'm going to fuzzy guard. I'm going to wait for a moment. And then when they do something that, if they, whiff an attack, I duck a high, or they, or they do something that is even kind of punishable, or just throw punishable, like they were Go and they were -10, I'll just do neutral throw. You know, now of course Go has something for that, but that's hard for Go to do. Make him do the hard thing. But neutral throw will get me the hell out of this situation. So Lau is good about getting away from this. As long as he can get a throw. Doesn't mean you throw like crazy. If you throw like crazy, you're asking for them to smack you into the wall. That's not what you want. You wanna find the opportunity and then just throw them. And there's lots of opportunity when you get better. Okay, that's neutral throw. Forward throw. Okay, at the wall, you're really scared of forward throw here. Why? Because of combos like this, right? Because of this thing. So it depends on the distance.
I think that only works on counter hit.
Nope, it's because you're too close to the wall. Yeah. So like, it's just like, you just gotta have like the right spacing. But there's other things you can do too. So this wall, this is very scary. It's because you kept backdashing into it. but that said, but there's that. Okay, so there's other things too. And then of course back forward throw, 4-6P plus G, right? And then 6-6P plus G. And all of these like forward throws end up with like the side turn -6 for Lau on escape, I think. That said, now we have another thing. We have quarter circle back throw, the trip throw, and look at how Lau's chest is. My opponent, not saying Lau. Look at where the opponent's chest is. This move will move them towards where their chest is pointing. So if we do this, we're at the wall. This, we're at the wall, right? And so this move will always move them towards where their chest is, where the opponent's chest is. This is how throws work. Throws, in the case of throws, you are grabbing them. So where their body is facing is going to affect how you grab them. So your opponent's orientation is going to determine the positioning of the throw. So you look at your opponents. So when it comes to throw setups, you look at where they're facing. And in this case, I'm looking at the wall. So we both move up. Let's both move walking up. Okay. And so your chest is at the wall here. So now, right? And if we were at the perfect distance, I would have a wall combo against you, right? But it's got to be where the chest is facing. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So now when it comes to our attacks, where we are facing. So right now, Lau's chest is facing my character. My Lau's chest is facing the wall. 6P plus G will launch them. But now my chest is facing away from the wall. 6K plus G will push them away. So go ahead and take the hit here.
Time's up.
See, so it goes where, so because this determines where you're kicking, and so if we're down here, okay, so now, right, and we can go like this here. Right, so we're looking at where my chest is facing is going to determine this. What about the other way? The other way, actually, you have some cool stuff. You have 6-6P plus K.
Excellent.
So 6-6P plus K is a good one for this when my back is to the wall, because it'll do this. But also, this move though is a scary wall one because of this. Right. So this is like a really scary one, like this move. But also, go ahead and take the hit here. Right. Then we get like the couple combo. Really scary. So when it comes to attacks, where your character is facing matters. When it comes to throws, where your opponent's body is facing matters. When it comes to forced side turn, then it's open. The open and close stance, and then which direction you evade from that, which is, you know, complicated for today, but it is, well, we can test. I can show the principle. We can discover it together. I think the move is back kick and guard with Lau, right? So go ahead and you're gonna take these hits, all right? So if I remember correctly, back kick and guard does that, right? Okay. So right now we're gonna look at where close stance. I'm gonna move to your chest and do this. There we go. See that? Now you're back turned.
Yeah.
So this follows the typical rule, which means if we're in open stance, we go to the back. If we're in closed stance, we go to the front. So we go like here, and then we can go like back throw guaranteed. We could probably do other nasty stuff too. So now it's closed stance. Which way should I move towards? Take a guess. It's okay to guess wrong. Nope, to the front. So,
Okay.
and I want you to test this out now, okay? So now you get to practice this because it's fun. Because this is the same rule for Akira, same rule for. This is the typical rule. So okay, so now I want you to do offensive move to my chest and then hit back kick and guard. Offensive move, yeah, that way, and then back kick and guard right after offensive move, and then throw, yeah. Now to the back, yeah. So this is only because of the delay, because we reoriented. So to the back because we're open stance. Yeah, there you go. Back throw.
Excellent.
And that back throw is guaranteed if you do it right away. So now we're in close stance. Which way?
Just run.
Yes.
Oh.
Right. But you can also side kick too. Go ahead and try side kick.
Okay.
To the back this time.
Just get to the back, yeah.
So I'll go ahead and try it. Just that. Right, there's a lot of things you can do, but yeah, this is like what's scary. Sorry.
Knockout.
And there's a decent range. Okay, so here's the thing. Back turn. Back turn is not the same as side turn, but here's what you should know. Back turn takes about 5 extra frames to turn around, but there's a caveat. Just like side turn takes 3 frames, right? And side turn takes 3 frames, but when someone's back turn, they have moveless. It's a stance. Back turn is not the same as side turn. Back turn is a stance, right? You have sweep, you have this. Also, back turn, you have this. So like, you can do this when you're back turn. You want to try it? Try it and show it. So, P4P. You gotta do P4P as a string.
Time's up.
Punch, back punch.
Okay.
Sorry, I know we've derailed this to a side topic, but it helps you understand the mechanics of the game and that they're pretty consistent. So yeah, punch, back punch really quick. Like as a string. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're back turn now. So now you have to like, I want you to crouch backdash right after doing it. You gotta buffer it. There you go. So now you can do this. If you buffer it correctly, you can kind of do it over and over again. But it screws up there. But if you get used to the timing, you can kind of keep doing it, which is funny. But it's like a rhythm, so you can practice with it. It's fun. It's fun because of this. So, now that's very narrow, but it's because the problem is you know this move, this thing only crumples if you do it right away and they attack. If there's like any change, delay, or anything, it won't crumple. So this thing like needs like a purple hit, and it's that purple hit requirement is really tough. Like except for like right away. So like even when you do this, it's likely to knock down, but it's fun. I guess there it worked, but it's because they have to be side turn, and so like it's like it's really conditional to get the crumple. But if you do like like that, it's pretty good. But it is funny when you can do like that. But you know, also when your back is turned, you can also hop away, right? You can hop wherever you want. And so back turn. So the point being, back turn. Think of this as a stance. Don't think of this as like the same as side turn. Even though there is this 5 extra frames to turn around, which means mid attacks are very good, but high attacks are not good. Low attacks still not good because of hopping. So it means that if you have a mid, then you can treat it like that. Those 5 frames really are going to guarantee. Basically, those 5 frames guarantee a mid attack.
Round 1. Ready?
Yes, yeah. So yeah, Talio, you can do this, and this is really important for Lao. So a lot of times when Lao puts pressure, and the opponent if you have doubts about your hit confirm, this is like what you do, right? You do this, and then you force the opponent to really have to. Punish it, right? But generally, in serious match under pressure, this is mostly safe. But then, you know, we go into stuff like this. So we get into those games, right? And if they really try to punish this, well, now you've set up really nasty games. And then you just do this too. So.
Yeah.
But generally, in real situation, this is really hard for them to actually punish if they're trying to react. So it's more of like as you showed, you do a full commitment of the side kick is pretty good. But then that's the problem. Right, this is really scary. Like, you don't want to get hit by this at the wall. But with punish, yeah, duck and then. So the real answer for this kick is to duck and do the launcher.
Round 3.
Yeah.
Ready? Go.
But yeah, again, the point of the illustration was that this by itself is a stance the same way that Koke is a stance, right? This is Koke stance, back, and then this is back turn stance. Why? Because it has its own move list. Because you can't treat it like that he's so slow on everything he does, right? Side turn, you can kind of treat defensive options as slow, but Lao can still, you know, like duck. He could, like, if the throw is not guaranteed, he can duck the throw. He can just go like this. And he can hop too, right? He could hop to deny a lot of stuff. He can hop over like certain things. And this hop happens faster on back turn than on side turn. On side turn he is delayed, but on back turn it's like he has a special hop by itself when he's got a unique hop for when his back is turned, because it activates. It doesn't have to wait those 5 frames to turn around to do it. He just hops. This is why you have to treat that very, very differently than like side turn. Side turn and back turn are almost nothing alike, except for that there is time to turn to face forward.
Ready? Go.
And so when you learn like how to attack people from side turn, just know that it's not exactly the same as attacking someone that's back turn. But a lot of times then back turn is like, there's 2 things you're looking for guarantees on back turn then. Do I have a guaranteed back throw? And then 2, do I have a guaranteed mid attack? Those are the things you're looking for. And there are cool ways to set it up. There are very cool ways to set those up. But that's and that's more complicated. So Lao, we talked about the throws, neutral, forward, we talked about back throw. Back throw is really good as a setup. It is a good positioning throw, but the escape is not as clean as that. Whereas the neutral throw, no matter what, as long as the throw connects, the neutral throw will switch their positions, which makes it the cleaner way to switch positions. But the back throw can reposition them into the wall, can set them up towards a ring out. The forward throw just carries forward momentum a bit, but if it's escaped, you're going to be pushed to the side a little. And so if we're in a corner situation, you want to be careful about ringing yourself out because of stuff like that. You know, like if you get over aggressive, even if you do like, go ahead and escape forward throw. When you escape forward throw, maybe now I'm going to be in ring out position, right? Like if we were here, this would change to like ring out position, right? This is different, but the more we do this, the more you'll see that you do have a vulnerability because we're shifting things 90 degrees. Now I'm in a bad position, right? So it is important to understand the implications of throws and throw escapes, because eventually, in the long run, that's going to matter for especially this particular stage.
Round 3.
All right, that's good about Lau. Again, we've got his good moves. He's got really good half circulars, but we don't have to go into them too much. We've talked about what beginners should know about Lau, and the general tip is, apply pressure.
Ring out.
The throw direction, that's really up to the way the Lau player plays. I would say a lot of Lau players have a style preference on throw. They're all pretty good. If you're trying to beat him at the wall, though, be very careful about being vulnerable to neutral throw. Try to play in a way that keeps you safe from throw, but also could really punish him if he makes a mistake. If you want to kill him at the wall. Because before you know it, he could be the one that has you up against the wall, and that sucks.
Yep.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, Wolf is fun. We'll give some ideas on Wolf. And Wolf's funny, right? Wolf doesn't have that many low attacks, but he can really terrify you. Now, if you're confident in your round opening time, jab's not a hard against Wolf, then jab is not too bad to go use at the start, but there is some risks. But if you're confident, because if you're slow, you'll probably get hit by this thing. So this is a really nice opening. This is Wolf screw hook, and this thing is like freaking +2. So go ahead and I'm gonna jab you, low punch after block, okay? Really scary. And also, a beginner playing Wolf should just try to do one screw hook at first, and then get used to seeing things. If you keep too many people do this, it's like this is like such a big. If you see a Wolf player that doesn't hit confirm this thing, such a big weakness, right? Like show people what you do against people that screw hook punch without confirming. Duck and punish this thing. Right? Like, go ahead and figure out the anti-Wolf combo to drive the message home for the folks. But, you know, like, the idea is this. Like, Wolf should not be doing this. But Wolf totally should be doing this. This is so good, right? He could even do a jab into this. Really scary. He can go back. He can do this. He can move forward. He can do this. Okay? Very scary thing about Wolf. Okay. Wolf has some good mids, but they're complicated. I'm going to show you some interesting complications with them, okay? Normally, I want you to crouch. I want you to hold 2G this whole time, okay? Now this is kind of his elbow, but not really. His real elbow substitute, he's got two of them. Normally with elbow, if I elbow and throw, you can't just duck, right? And watch this, like, I can't just do this, right? However, I want you to like, and now I want you to block. I want you to block the high punch, and then I want you to low punch back, okay? And then I want you to hold down and guard after that. Can you do that? So you're gonna block a high punch. You're gonna block this high punch. And then low punch right after.
Okay.
Yeah, low punch. Yeah, like that. Okay? So, this thing, only because of counter hit. Same thing. I want you to do high punch back at me, okay? Block and then do high punch. Okay? So this will work. And then try to crouch dash under the throw.
Okay.
Doesn't work.
No.
So this move is weird because elbows will do this against crouch hit and they'll do it on counter hit. This one, his 3P, will only do it against counter hit. Now here's the funny thing. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hit you with jab, okay? After I hit you with jab, I want you to low punch, okay? Or actually, and then I want you to hold down and guard. So let me hit you though, and then try to interrupt with low punch.
Time's up.
That's pretty scary. Did they make that thing stagger now? Maybe they made it stagger now. Okay. It used to be, actually, okay, stagger's better. So anyways, this thing, that changes things. This move used to be kind of like the elbow. This would be like the elbow you used if you wanted to Nitaku people that crouched. Maybe they changed it.
Round 1. Ready, go!
So like, just like hold down and guard actually. So go ahead and just hold down and guard. So throw still works. But now go ahead and mash 2 low punches. Okay. And then I'll try to throw you. Yeah. Oh wait. Do low punch, high punch.
Okay.
Knockout.
Except that I forgot your health was low. Okay.
Round 2. Ready, go!
Okay, it just pushes back. Alright. Anyways, so because it pushes, this thing is not going to throw, but you use this thing to when people like crouch. When someone just does this, then Wolf will do this in the throw, right? And to Nitaku, because then it's like then you attack. So. And yeah, so it's like this, and then like you could attack to beat the throw, but the point being, this is how Wolf sets up Nitaku against somebody that's crouching, is with 4K. But with 3P, he can't, right? If you just stayed crouch guard, I'm not going to be able to throw you with this, right? But that's okay because I can low throw you. Wolf is a heavyweight character, so they have low throw, which is really good against fuzzy guard. So they're kind of intentionally designed to encourage the opponent to fuzzy guard. So like if I hit you with this, even if I crouch hit you with this, you can just fuzzy guard, right? And it would secure you. But you can't fuzzy guard if I with this you could fuzzy guard if you took this one as a counter hit. But yeah, but anyways, this is just to say they're kind of complicated. Let's talk about his throws. Forward throw is really the throw you mostly want to escape, except for when he wants to reposition you. So let's show the damage on the forward throws.
I'm number 1.
Now we start with Burning Hammer, but we should know Burning Hammer is a very slow throw. It doesn't slow throw at the normal time. It takes like 17 frames, this one here, but it does more than half their life, right? Or it does almost half the life. But you can escape it forward and you have more room to like attack it when you see it. Then he has Giant Swing, which he's got 2 of them. If he does it perfectly, then he makes a sound and it's different and it does more damage, but otherwise it's the normal Giant Swing. So depends on like how fast he inputs it. Then he's got his back throws are damaging too, but his forward throws are clearly his more damaging throws. However, back throw is scary. So Wolf has got a very scary game. He's got another thing about it though. Not only does he have a slow, super powerful throw, but his forward throw is this catch throw is like 9 frames execution. So if you're so I want you to like take the, let me see. So normally I'm gonna PK you and I want you to fuzzy guard, okay? Good. Oh wait, this is probably not the best. I'm gonna jab you in fuzzy guard. Can you do it in response to high jab? This is hard. Yeah. Good.
Excellent.
Okay. Kind of.
Round 3.
Let's test it out.
Ready, go!
It's hard, right? But yeah, it's hard online. You're gonna have to respond to the startup frames, not the hit. So. But you can do it early. You still can buffer. There you go. Good. Okay. Oh, there's the other problem. Oh no, we're doing the -5. We're doing the -5. So the problem with this, if you remember what a -5 move is for you, it makes it easier. But the reasons I can't remember what they are. And it can't be a -4, but what I'm trying to show you is that if I then switch to forward throw or back throw, you can't fuzzy guard the -5. You can only fuzzy guard -4. So this is what's really scary about Wolf, is that doing this.
-5.
Yeah. 4-6p? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. So we're gonna practice fuzzy guard after that. Good. We can also do elbow. Actually, let's do elbow. That's -5, I'm sure. Yeah. Okay, so now this is forward throw. This is back throw. 9-frame throws are a pain in the ass. Because now he's cut off. Like, Wolf has totally... This is a Revo change, by the way. So Revo...
Fuzzy guard those.
Yeah, not in -5. You can't at -4. So this is like the -5 situation has changed, right? Let me see. Are you sure is Lao's -5 or -4?
Well, his elbow's -4.
Okay, so the elbow you're fine, but 4-6p.
4-6p.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now 4-6p cannot, right? So.
Time's up.
And this is very scary about Wolf, right? That he has this game, like that he's like that you can't just fuzzy guard when you're -5. You can, but he's got to like, but not if he does these two throws, right? And the damage is not bad for them for such a call out. So this is like this is Virtua Fighter 5 Revo Wolf. Because in well, the thing was that I think this was only 6p plus G. This was only the forward throw in Final Showdown that had this 9-frame execution. And so this change to back throw having the 9-frame execution is what they added on Revo. And so this is really important to know, because you can be trying to fuzzy guard and not know why you're losing to throw. So there's that. Other things, Wolf has a really good backdash game. So if he's dancing around and then he sees you make a mistake, you know, then he can kind of do this.
Charging, yeah.
But also, go ahead and like block my low punch and then low punch back, right?
Okay.
Right.
Wow, that's ridiculous.
So, right. Every character has this though. Lao has it too. Like for example, I want you to do low punch, backdash 3p plus k. It's not as good. It's better to do 4p plus k, but go ahead and do backdash. Do backdash 4p plus k actually. Okay. So low punch, and I'm gonna low punch you back. So you just do low punch backdash 4p plus k.
Into what?
So you want to go like this into 4p plus k. Like low punch and then backdash into it and commit to it. Just like commit to it. A lot of characters have something similar. Yeah, like that. You might have to be further. Okay, you might have to be slightly distance like here. Yeah. But the problem, this is the problem with the 20-frame move, right?
Yeah.
So the problem with the 20-frame move is this. So then it's like backdash into, it's hard with Lao. So Lao kind of like doesn't like that. But you know, if you're spaced out, then you play games like this. But the thing is that Wolf, It's just got really good stuff. Now, Revo made a change. Revo made it so that every time you do jab, it's automatically the forward moving one, which in the past, you had to hold forward to do this while jabbing. You had to do it, but now it just does it. And so now, because of that, actually, a lot of tactics can be called out simply from jab, from just hitting jab, right? Like this tactic too. But this tactic is very strong. Like, you shouldn't underestimate it, because if he gets a good backdash on you, he's got this. He's just got so many good moves, right? He's got this too. So just be cautious. When you fight against Wolf, you should just kind of crouch dash forward and guard, and you should be moving forward and defending, and kind of like fighting with him. But the problem is he can be scary. He can whiff punish with this, right? So like, these are just to give you ideas of how scary he can be from range.
This is why I like Lao's 3P, because it cuts off a lot of backdash.
It does. It's really good. And you can confirm it. So do 3PP, and if those two hit, just hit the K.
That's right, yeah. Follow-up's guaranteed.
Yeah. So with Wolf, a lot of things, it's a lot of decisions. Now, okay, let's talk about punishing charge attacks. This is a charge attack.
Oh yeah, I've fallen for that one many times.
Yeah. So what is the standard defense against charge attacks? Do you know? Can you imagine?
Yeah, attack into it with a fast move.
Nope. But that is an option.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah, so evade, but don't press anything. Okay? Do you know how this is the tracking rules of VF. And when you successfully evade, this thing takes longer than 23 frames. Your successful evade is 23 frames. If after you evade, if they're in the same move or the same string, and you hit a button, you can probably get hit. But if you press nothing, they'll usually just continue to miss. So wait till it whiffs, then punish. Yeah. So wait till it's no longer hitting. There you go. That was perfect. That was really perfect. Yeah. But now try to do it early. Okay? So because you're evading later, you don't have this trouble. There you go. That's what would happen. Right? But if you evaded super early in this and tried to attack, try to evade super early and then attack. So right now you're still late because your response time is perfect for this. But if you happen to, for example, I'm gonna jab into this, okay? And I want you to block the jab and evade. So block the jab and evade, just so you can see what happens when you evade the second frame of this thing. Or possibly that. Depends on when you actually evade. Yeah, the catch throws are a real pain, so that's definitely a big topic for Wolf too. Okay, so... Yep. Good.
Yeah.
If I let go early, I can hit you. But if I let go early and you press nothing, now evade and do nothing. See? Nothing, right? It's because the moment you hit a button, you're vulnerable. That my move will suddenly track you again, if I happen to get the hit frames lined up. So does that make sense? This game wants you to confirm situations. It wants you to confirm evades. It wants you to just not match. Like, what this game doesn't want you to do, that did happen in previous VF games, it doesn't want you to just evade and mash buttons. And a lot of people want to do that. So, you know, and this game is like, hey, we want to actually give you a penalty for just evade and mashing without looking. So that's why they came up with this, like, if you know, that like somebody can mess you up by, you know, doing stuff like this, right? Right? Same thing, right? But if you had actually just like, yeah, if you had like waited until they miss, you have a better chance. So there. So the standard way is to evade and don't press anything until they whiff, until the hit frames are gone. That's the standard answer to all charge attacks in this game. You can evade. Now, yeah, there's other funny rules, but I don't want to confuse you. But I will say that there are funny circumstances. So you could actually, technically, you could like evade this attack twice. Like, try double evading. I'll make it work. Yeah. So try, like, evade twice after, okay?
Hear you. Oh, no, you're back. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
So I want you to, like, guard the jab and then evade 2 times in a row, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. It's really funny. Now, normally you cannot do that against charge attacks. Because watch, try it again, okay? This time it's gonna fail, and I'll show you why. I'll explain it. It's dumb. It's not. You should not go for double evade against a charge attack, but it's just a funny detail that we figured out. But we also understand why it does it for game programming logic, but not for programming logic, but not for, like, you know, intuitiveness. Okay, so try it again. It's kind of funny though that actually does allow it. His charge attack is weird. Most of the time, this actually shouldn't really work, but I guess it does against him. But again, you're just as vulnerable as you always are. So just normally again, just do an evade and then just kind of like wait, yeah. Because if you evade and wait, he will whiff. And if he whiffs, you punish him. So don't press anything. Yeah, like that. There you go. That's the fun. That was it. That was really good. That was really good. There you go. Okay, so then catch throw. Let's talk about catch throw. So we've got this catch throw, right? So generally, I think you kind of want to duck, so crouch dash. Catch throw, there's no throw escape here, so yeah, you kind of want to just duck under it. When I say crouch dash, you can also stay ducking too. It's just that because you imagine that. It's because crouch dash is the fastest way to crouch, right? So if you're going to duck something, try to get in the habit of using the crouch dash. But then also, yeah, and then you can whiff punish this when you see it. We're gonna practice punishing this catch throw.
Excellent. Round 4. Ready?
We'll do jab into it just to prime you. Nice. So this is to build up your sense of how to punish a catch throw. So again, why do you think I'm telling you to crouch dash instead of doing 2G?
This is quicker.
Yeah, in theory. I don't know if catch throws trigger a crouch or not. I don't think they do. And so we just know that normally, if it didn't trigger, crouch dash is faster at crouching though. Try guarding in 2G, okay? Yeah, and it'll still work there, right? But in an extreme case, I don't know if it will. So that's what I'm worried about. So I'm like, it's just good to build a habit to crouch dash in this game, because crouch dash is definitely, for sure, it's faster, and it will save you in a normal throw situation. Now, catch throws usually execute slower than normal throws, so they're usually not 10 frames. But there's also another thing: catch throws can actually win against attack. Did you know this? So for example, let's test it out. I don't know the frames, but I want you to do kick. And then I'm going to do this and try to duck under it, okay? Or try to attack into it, okay? Good. Good. Yeah. Now, I want you to try to just mash kick, okay? Just keep mashing kick. Yeah, just keep mashing kick forever. Alright, good. So this is kind of tough. So, anyways, here's the general rule, and I don't know how to set it up. generally with catch throws, and it's probably because this catch throw is really slow. Generally with catch throws, if the catch throw intercepts the first half of looking at the startup frames of attack, if it intercepts the first half, usually the catch throw will win. There's some other conditions maybe, but generally a lot of times when you wake up, this is why like you really like it's hard to beat this with attack. When he launches you with this. So I'm gonna hit you with this and I want you to attack roll, okay? Like there's a timing for this that tech roll and then attack. I'm gonna keep practicing the timing because this is a very common setup with Wolf for VF5REVO. I don't play Wolf, so I don't know the timing. And so the point being that even if you mash the attack, like I think the only answer you have is to hold down and is to stay crouching from a tech roll. If I had the timing down. And so that's why this is really scary, is that you would have to do this. Now, if you could attack, then the attack could theoretically beat it, but because of the rules of catch throw, it won't happen on Okizeme. So that's why a lot of Wolf players like to do catch throws when you're waking up. So when you can't do a rising attack anyways. So understand like that catch throws can win against attacks, especially if they have a massive advantage. So that's the gist of it. With this catch throw, with the forward catch throw, I can't just do it from setting up Nitaku, but this is also why it tends to be done against Okizeme. And so you either getting up and crouching guard, but there is also heavyweight characters also have a special way of like doing low throw against you when you tech roll, and it would beat you if you either guarded high or guard low. So then in those cases you do have to either attack or not tech roll or get up with the in place. But that's where it's complicated. But again, that Okizeme is a little beyond the scope of what we're talking about today. But I just want to explain that heavyweight characters do create complicated Okizeme games with a lot of pressure because of the throw options. So that's all you really need to know. Especially like this. So yeah. Okay, another thing, you know how he'll do this, and I don't know the setups, but you got like that, right? Sometimes he has like a guaranteed, right? And I don't know what they are, but generally when he puts you down, or when he puts you like this case, press down without pressing guard. Just press down by itself, okay? Yeah. Like that. Okay, good. And this is because if he tries to knock you against the wall or the ring, this will reduce the chance that happens. So like for example, this time I want you to press down and guard when I do it, okay? Okay. So notice how you pop a bit?
I couldn't guard that.
Now this time I want you to try ducking without pressing guard, okay?
What?
So I'm talking about when your back is turned, holding down, okay?
Okay, when my back's turned. You want me to duck when my back's turned?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Right now, okay, so if you're doing it before, I have to kick you to throw you because you're not standing to throw you. The point is this. So here's what I'm going to show you. Here's what you're afraid of. Come here. What you're afraid of is this. That's what you're afraid of. Okay. You've seen this, right? Now watch this.
Yeah.
Okay, so now come over to me here. About here. Okay. This time, after I throw you behind me, I want you to press down and just down. Do not press guard. Okay?
Okay.
Now, if we do this right, it reduces the chance of this wall splat happening. And I'll show you why. Okay? First, I'm going to throw you behind me. Press down and guard right now. You turned around, right? When you press down and guard, when your back was turned, you turned around. When you just press down, you will not turn around.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay? This is going to change how you get hit by that ram. So we're going to show you the tech to reduce the chance you get wrung out, to reduce the chance you get wall comboed. I'm going to show you how to reduce that chance. And you will reduce that chance by doing this. See how this way that you fell down? Okay. But this is guaranteed, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the middle here. Now this time I want you to hold down and guard, okay?
Okay.
See how you got hit by the wall?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, now this time, well, this time you'll die, but, well, actually it won't. Okay. So this time, just down, okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
It'll just fall down like that.
Yeah, you fall down quicker.
Yeah. So just by holding down, see, there's like no chance.
Oh, that's crazy tech.
Yeah, so that's why I'm teaching you this. This is matchup knowledge. Okay, so against Wolf, you kind of got to do this.
That's
You got to understand why. Yeah. Right. So now let's go back to close to the middle, and this time again, try the down and guard and show everyone what down and guard does.
Yeah.
And this one, well, actually, let's go slightly off middle, about here. Yeah, and try just down. Okay, just down.
Okay, just down.
See, you were close to the wall. You were just
Yeah,
as close to
very
the
close,
wall,
yeah.
right? But that's a difference. That's a huge difference. It's a wall combo difference. That's like a 90 damage difference. This is the same for ring out over a short fence. If you hold down and not down and guard, you will reduce the chance. Now that said, does he have other stuff? He does. This is what he does when he predicts this. You know, so this is the guessing game. The guessing game becomes this, right? Right? You know what I mean? Like the guessing game becomes him like doing this stupid thing, right? And doing some big ass combo that I don't know how to do, but you know, like. Right. So the big thing is he's gonna start doing this, right? But this is how you make sure he doesn't do this, right? And this seems like nowadays that you can actually guard that, maybe. So he has to really buffer it in. But it's pretty wild, right? And if you press guard, you're gonna automatically turn around, and when you turn around, that's what's gonna cause you to get splat against the wall. That's gonna cause you to get popped more in combo. So it's really important to just learn to hold that the starting point of the guessing game is to hold down without pressing guard. Just hold down by itself. Let's see. Those are some generic stuff with Wolf to know. Jeffrey, we'll go through Jeffrey a little quick. Again, I'm not a specialist on heavies. I'm learning them as much as everyone, and I make mistakes against them. The thing about heavyweight characters, both Wolf and Jeffrey, is that they have strings with mids in them, like a lot of them, and they've got more mix-ups in their strings than like the lighter weights tend to. The lighter weights have very predictable spots where you can low punch or interrupt, but this is like the punch string for Jeffrey and Wolf is like high mid, right? And we already know that the first two you'll get stuck. Like you can't duck the second one, right? Once you block the first one, you can't duck the second one. So then it becomes a real guessing point on this third. So what happens if you low punch the string? Right? Then this happens. But a lot of times they are punishable. So it's really important to know that these strings are awesome actually, but they are punishable on block. On the full extent, on some of them, or Nitaku. So you do want to learn that. You want to learn, do I have Nitaku or do I have that? So against this is minus 13. So punish the minus 13. Yeah.
Round two. Ready, go!
Yep. So really good, really good. Now, of course, you've seen toe kick a doom. What do you know about this move?
Yeah, it's guaranteed it can hit.
Yeah, but on normal hit, it's not. So I could do this, but you could break it. So let's have you break it. Not by breaking the throw. Just mash attack. Try evade cancel.
Round 3.
Try ECD.
Ready, go!
Okay, maybe not that. But usually it seems to work for me. Yeah. So, but of course, yeah. But in this case right now, for you, at your current reaction level, I would do an attack, because that's a sure way to stop it. But there's a problem, is that he's going to play guessing games. But make him play the guessing game. Make him use this 2K into other stuff. This throw is just too scary. But eventually you just kind of crouch dash and do whatever. Crouch dash guard, crouch dash attack.
Ready, go!
Yeah. And this is a very nice way to do it, right? Because then... But then the only thing you worry about is that, and that's okay. But then you can punish that. Right?
Oh wait, what do you want to do?
Well, right now, just play the mind games around toe kick. Like, you get hit by it, but you gotta make choices after getting hit. Just try to do whatever you can to disrupt him after getting hit by it.
Excellent!
But yeah, so it becomes good to kind of build sort of a response to the toe kick, like different responses that are strong. And so it's really important to know. But like you said, if it's counter hit, then it's guaranteed. I like to do the backdash method because it's easier to time. It looks stupid too, but that's what I like. Now that said, Jeffrey has standard launcher, 17 frame, knee, it's really strong, but from the side, and then it's minus 15 on block, so the way that you go ahead and block punish it, it's 4-6p. But you gotta do it before his feet touches the ground. You gotta punish it, so you gotta punish this early. You gotta like, yeah, you can kind of see it, like once both feet are touching the ground, it's too late.
Yeah.
Time's up!
So it's important. It is really good to punish that. Generally against I did forget to say that against Wolf, if you get good at evade crouch dash, as long as your disadvantage is not too big against Wolf, then evade crouch dash to Wolf's front is pretty good. But if you're at a big disadvantage, evade to his back, because the big threatening stuff is coming from that. Jeffrey evading to his back is usually good, but you don't want to over evade against him either. But generally evading to his back is pretty good because of stuff like this. Because you want to evade punish this move. That's it. If you evade punish this move, it's pretty big. If you evade punish this, go ahead and try to evade punish it.
What, evade to his chest?
No, his back. I said back every time. Yeah. Sorry, I confused you because I talked about Wolf like way long ago. Okay, so against Jeffrey, evade to his back. Now the easiest way to evade to the back is just to evade where the front foot is. You see where that front foot is?
Yeah.
Stare at that. Yeah. But again, you don't want to get in the habit of doing this too much, because Jeffrey does have decent half circulars like Lau does, but generically, if you're going to pick a direction, it would be back. And then just track when your opponent's trying to punish that. But this will give you big opportunity, and it will take away big threats.
Excellent.
Okay, so there's that. Jeffrey, again, you got to worry about delay strings with Jeffrey, like this. So that said, this is very punishable, so you want to punish that. Now this is not punishable. This is Nitaku. and he can delay it like that.
That's mid.
Mid, yeah. Yeah, and this is Nitaku. No, it's annoying, right? This is a very annoying move. And you have to be able to distinguish this move from the other move. This is guard punishable.
What's the weakness then?
Well, okay, so this one is punishability. This one is Nitaku. But Lao's Nitaku kind of sucks, so just go 6k or throw. You know? So,
Yeah.
I mean, this Nitaku, you could do the 4p plus k. So honestly, 4p plus k is pretty good here. Like 4p plus kp, and then respond based on what he does. So this is one of those places where doing a 4p plus k is good. Because then it's like...
Wait, this 4p plus k is that, right?
Yeah, back punch and kick, yeah. Let me make sure I got the frames right, I might be wrong. It's only if it's -8, so... 66 pp is -8, yeah. So 4p plus k is fine here. Because it's 20 frame attack will fit into here. So in this case, 4p plus k and apply pressure. Not as a punish, as Nitaku. Throwing is really good. But that's what makes 4p plus k good, because now you're safely applying pressure. Because then you can do any of the follow-ups, right? Yeah, right? Okay, but... So, what I'm gonna... So here's the problem. When you do 4p plus k, you should absolutely do the second punch. Because I'm testing out evade. I'm trying to evade punish it. And if you don't do the punch follow-up, you're going to be losing to this. See? That punch is protecting you from evade jab.
Yeah.
But then there's other things you can do. So I want you to test all the different variations. Very good. Very good. So now, so what am I beating you with? I'm beating you with evade. So let's go ahead and switch to what beats evade. I was trying to test out, but generally speaking, what you do, it's I guess it's because if someone commits to evade low punch, then you just got to throw them or circular. You can do 6k plus G, you can throw, you can also K plus G, which is really good. So you throw will beat evade, right? Very good. Very good. That one is really good. Except for that. If you're too slow, that's the problem. It's tough, right?
Yeah, you got to really commit.
Hey Joe, how you doing? Yeah, so this game you gotta commit. I mean, I'm showing you advance. I'm also showing you why you have to commit, but that's also why you've been pretty good with this in general. Yeah. So we're showing you different options. We're showing you Lao. Here's the thing about Lao's Nitaku. Lao's Nitaku is kind of underwhelming. If you want to play it simply, just do 6k or throw. But if you start learning how to apply the pressure of 4p plus k into all the different variations, that is really strong. Because you're like, okay, I'll take the +8 and I'll apply pressure, and now you gotta fight on my terms. But if you want to play reverse Nitaku simply, you do like 6K, right? If I'm gonna mash, you think I'm gonna mash? 6K. You think I'm gonna mash? 6K. Okay, now I'm gonna evade. What are you gonna do about evade? There you go. Very good. And by the way, throwing was really great. Even though I escaped it, throwing was still a great answer. Especially when they start doing when they do like evade cancels. But it doesn't guarantee, but it's still good. So if they escape your throw, don't feel bad about it, unless they're just escaping 20 throws. But like, because they didn't get anything from it yet. But if they attacked you, that's a little different, right? And if you should have known that they were going to attack.
Ready, go!
So again, this move is Nitaku, but then this move is guard punish. And so you want to kind of get used to it, and they're really slow, right? So you want to get to know Jeffrey's strings this way. This is how you want to learn how to fight him, is to see his strings. Shoot. Sorry about that. My tablet arm is kind of, I need to tighten it up. Alright, anyways. So the point being that Jeffrey has a lot of strings that kind of look similar. He's got like mid, he's got high, mid, right? He's got PKP. This one messes you up because it's off of PK. He's got KPK, KPP. So against heavy characters, you do kind of need to learn strings quite a bit. And that you notice that they have highs, they got mids, they got lows, but they've got lots of highs and mids. And that's what I think is really cool about the heavyweight characters, is that, but also that they can out-hit like basic pokes too. So if you evade them, you got to be careful about string follow-ups. Then of course there's this, and you want to master punishing this one. Yeah, just like that. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm aware of that one. That is a noob killer.
Yeah, so this is definitely like, you know, punish him for that. Make him play the guessing game, right? But then of course he's got this. And then he's got this. Now this one is fun because you can actually do your, you know, you can do your firm crouch 3P, P plus K when you block this. Because, why? Because it's a standing low. Right, I think, right? Maybe not. Maybe it's only PK. Maybe it's only minus 13. I was pretty sure it was punishable. Let's see what it is. I gotta look it up on my... Okay. Jeffrey, 1K plus G. 1K plus G is minus 13, so you gotta PK punish this, sorry. So this one you gotta PK punish. Yeah. But that said, nowadays this is the new hotness, so you punish this a little differently. But 2K plus G is like, it's the old hotness really, is minus 15. So elbow punch, yeah. But you gotta be pretty fast, it looks like. But at least you get guessing games from this. It's a very good advantage for Lau. Yeah, and at home when you practice these things, practice the guessing games. Okay, of course he's got like shot knee. So Jeffrey is a good striker is really the thing to understand. And but generally guard throw escape forward in the past is pretty good. Or it's pretty good now. Back throw can be a real pain in the ass because he can set up stuff at the wall. He likes to do back throw at the wall, but I don't know how to do it. But he can combo you at the wall. And then when you're on the ground, this thing too.
Does that same thing work where if you just hold down?
Yeah.
With Jeffrey?
If you're talking about him picking you up off the ground, yes. If you're talking about this pick you up and throw you at the wall, this is back throw. So you gotta do a back throw escape. And he's got like some crazy combo like this. Right? So like... And I don't know how to do it because I don't play Jeffrey. Right? So we know that he's got a lot, and so that's just back throw. However, if he knocks you down, then you want down throw when you're on the ground. Down throw is the one that repositions you for both Wolf and for Jeffrey, and 3P plus G is the one that's doing damage. That's the guessing game. If you find yourself hitting a wall in the middle of the combo, like the combo is almost over, and you happen to hit a wall, you can expect a ground throw. And if you don't escape a ground throw, you can expect to be thrown into the wall and comboed. So down throw 2P plus G is the ground throw for repositioning for wall combos. So that's why Jeffrey players will, they'll knock you down, then they'll pick you up and do this, right? So yeah, there you go. And then the guessing game then is if they switch to the damaging. This is the damaging 3, which not so damaging, right? So you're really scared about 2. Right. So yeah. Hey, good to see you, Joe. Hope you're doing really good. Trying to get the DMV VF people to rise up. Hell yeah. I'm really glad you guys have been getting together and sparring. So yeah. So against Jeffrey, he's got a good striking and throw game. That said, he's a character who traditionally he can have a little hard time cracking you, except for the fact that these stomps can be very annoying, right? So these are the things that he can do to kind of get you off of those other things. His elbow is like, you can fuzzy guard after his elbow, right? So if he does these games, you can, like, if you crouch, even if you crouch guard, I think you can fuzzy guard. I could be wrong. Maybe they fixed that. They might have fixed that. Okay. So they might have fixed it, but even when this thing counter hits you though, you can fuzzy guard still. However, here's the thing, that's part of his design. He kind of wants you to fuzzy guard even when this thing counter hits, because he wants to low throw you. So the heavyweight characters want to low throw you. So sometimes they're designed with, like, their elbows being quote unquote less than perfect. With meaning, like, you can fuzzy guard. Like, a lot of times it's like, yeah, go ahead and fuzzy guard, I'll low throw you. You know, right? Right, because, like, go ahead and do your elbow in the fuzzy guard, right? It's like, this is really painful, right? We'll do it again. Yep. And then this is down back, and then let's look at down. Right? And so these all do solid damage. So they do like to low throw you. Jeffrey, just like Dwarf, really good backdash game. Really important to see when you're in side turn. It's really important to understand if you block this side turn or front facing. Because if you block this front facing, well, you got 4-6P, so Lao is happy to punish this move on block. But if you're a side turn, you need to see that you've got Nitaku and not guard punish. Because it would really suck if they crush your attempt. Like, if you did 4-6P and they just, you know, like, what you'll probably see is 2K plus G, right? Or duck and punish, especially against Lao, right? So, like, let's go ahead and try that. I want you to block and try to punish with 4-6P.
Round 1. Ready, go!
Right? This is painful, right?
Yeah.
So if you didn't pay attention, like, you're not happy, right? Like, look at how painful that is. And all I'm doing is offensive move to do this against your side, crouch dash, right? And then, like, crouch dash and then just do another knee, because that's how minus you are, right? Right, and there's more. I'm doing an improvised combo that's doing very basic. This thing will do like 90 damage normally. So you need to recognize when you're side turn versus when you're not. You have to get your eyes used to it, and you will, because you'll see this a lot. You'll see people evade successfully and do it, right? In which case, like, let's say after I low punch, you go ahead and side kick me back, okay? And then right? But, like, let's say we had these types of exchanges, but you didn't pay attention and you got knocked by, like, the low kick or by the knee, then you got to worry about it, right? But then again, we go back to the same situation here. So Yeah.
Time's up.
So again, it takes a while for you to get used to these drills. We'll do a drilling day because drilling's. It's good to do drills with people so that you can kind of get used to the feel of doing these really quick and on the spot, like where to buffer, right? And but you're doing great. So, like let's say I sidekick you, you low punch. Okay, so that. Sorry.
What am I doing?
Block and low punch.
Oh, okay, block and low. Okay.
Yeah. Good. Perfect. Just like that. Right? And then we go back to this, right? So this is how this happens in match, right? This is how this happens in match. Right? And so this happens in match that you have to do it like that. Yeah. And so that was correct because I messed up, but it's really good. But you're also seeing how easy that you're not doing the buffer, right? So like. And so this is kind of like if we were to practice. Yep, perfect. But that said, you're accidentally seeing the power of delayed attack. When you're not buffering, you're punishing me for evading. Because evading is good against people that buffer. But I could just do this, yeah. But I am showing you when you're, like that low punch is coming out slow. But you're doing fine, and again, it's working, but you're also seeing how it works in play. And then you can punish this one. That was close. You're also seeing that this is harder to punish than it looks.
Yeah.
It's easy to be slow, especially online, and we're playing from UK to Oregon. But trust me, even offline, people miss it all the time. They say they don't. I've played them. You know? So, it's good to understand also that Jeffrey's knee is something where you have to punish it pretty fast. Faster than you would think. Basically, before he hits the ground.
While he's in midair, you have to do the punish.
Yeah, like before both feet are on the ground, yeah. Once he's got 2 feet on the ground, you're too late. Good. Very good. Good. That was a punish. That was perfect. Very good. Good.
Time's up.
Okay, so why am I doing 2 knees in a row? In case you give the throw option, because it's a guessing game.
Yeah.
Right? But that's why, so it's like you have to, like, this is a Nitaku situation, right? And you see how strong that elbow is. He can improvise quite a bit off this. So, yeah. So again, we're working our fundamentals, but I think you're feeling the flow, but you're also understanding this is what's scary about the standard 17 frame launcher. If it's a minus 15. If it's a minus 18, this is not the case. But if it's a minus 15, then you gotta worry about then you gotta know that if they do it from the side, they're minus 9. But it also means Lao can just do 4 people's K. so let's go with that. So after you block this, you can do 4 people scale, yeah. Yeah, it's really good. Really, really good. Does that feel much better, right?
Time's up.
Yeah.
Round 4. Ready, go.
Very good. Excellent. Jeffrey's fun. I don't play him, but he's fun.
Ready, go.
Oh, I'm attacking. Oh, it's
I know. Oh, we're going back to the guessing, and you're doing good. You're playing the guessing. You're seeing a lot of stuff, and you're getting used to it. But these are the core games, and so it's really important to understand. It is huge in the matchup to identify when your opponent did the launcher against your side versus against in front of you. It's a big difference in how it plays out. And now you can, I know that time was a bit heavy for you. You could see that on the mental stack, it was a bit hard because now you're like, man, I don't like the punish is actually hard to see now, right? The guard punish is hard to see because now you're thinking about all these other possible things. But
yeah, I mean, here's the thing: how do you go from putting that in a real match? That's what I find. Like things you learn, you never do it in a high stress.
But that's why we drill it, and that's why we practice it like the way we just did, right? Because it takes a lot. It takes a lot of play. It takes hundreds of games to put a new thing into my game, you know. And so it's fun, but that's also why I don't mind losing. It's like, oh, I'm going to try to figure out how to get this in and get used to doing it when not under pressure, you know. But it does get easier, and it does get more fun. And you have very good execution, so you do. You're doing a lot of you're in the process of learning some of these things and seeing them kind of new and thinking about a move a little differently than how you thought about it before, and that puts a lot on your mental stack. Like that means that your focus is a little slightly overwhelmed, which means that you're going to be executing slower and less natural. And then even when you get it in practice, doing it in a match is quite a bit harder. So that's also why I really commend, like, you played our Lao versus Lao matches. You played very great, really, really well. And then, you know, I start to figure out some things I can do against it and what is challenging it. But I hope it's not too discouraging, because I think through this session, through this discussions on these characters on the top row that we talked about today, that you know that I'm showing you that, yeah, there's a lot to it, but also as you practice it with the idea of kind of knowing how it works, or that you think you're going to figure it out soon, it gets a little easier. It's still hard. It's still a lot of work, but it is dynamic, and this game is very open. And I think you followed along really well. I showed you a lot, but this is also why I only showed you a little bit in the grand scheme of things, but I showed you a lot for a session. And it's because this is also why when people say, can you teach me about the match? I'm like, this gets really complicated, you know, but also it does go back to the basics. What we just did for the last 40 minutes was the basics, but it's the basics of, you have guaranteed damage situation, you have Nitaku situation where we said mix up, right? And you started to feel the mix up, right? When you started doing throw and started doing attack, you felt why the mix up is what it is, that you can't just do one of these things. Like if you just do one of these things, you will get destroyed. But if you mix it up with some mindfulness about which way your opponent's going to go, you will get a high reward, right? And so this Jeffrey kneeing you from the side situation, I think you learned a lot through it. I think you're still processing it, but from playing it, I can feel that it's getting absorbed, and it's starting to feel a little more natural in your play, even if it still feels very uncomfortable, you know. But I'd like to hear what you think, though. So.
No, I totally agree. Yeah.
How are you feeling on this session? What are you feeling? Because it does seem like you're overwhelmed a little at this point. So that's why I'm like, maybe we should, but not like too much so. Like I think you get it, but I think like you're processing it. So.
No, yeah. I'm okay.
Okay. What are you thinking? Thoughts on the mechanics though so far in Revo? The mechanics we went over today.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
We went over the open stance, closed stance. We went over now I'm forgetting.
No, it's all good. So we went over that. We did talk about that back throw cannot be escaped, right?
That's right.
Now you don't have to know you don't have to remember the setups. That's for later. That's just to show you they exist and to show you why you couldn't break why that combo was secure. And it was just so that you could recognize it. But the gist is that back throw cannot be escaped. That said, is setting up back throw a big thing? Not at all. It's a very tiny part of this game. Do certain opponents take advantage of it? Absolutely. So that's kind of why I show you. But more importantly, from that lesson though, it was really strong to show you, to clarify for you, open and closed stance. So open and closed stance, do you have questions about it? Are you confused about open and closed stance now?
No, it's just
getting used to it.
Being another thing to think about while you're playing.
It's just getting used to seeing it. That's all. Okay. And you know the correct evade directions, we covered that. We also know that, we covered stuff like, well, with Akira, his dashing elbow is annoying because he can fuzzy guard. We know that his +7 game is annoying because he can fuzzy guard. And he can cover, and he can punish you really bad for evading the wrong way. So this puts you heavily in a situation where you really want to guard. But the problem is, Akira also has ways to punish you for guarding. He can throw you, he can guard break you. He has different levels of guard breaking based on his execution level, right? So the more he does this to you, the more frustrating it gets dealing with him. And so against Akira, he's a character that's just constantly making you guess whether, like right now, like constantly nonstop, are you going to attack? You're going to defend. Are you going to attack? You're going to defend. And if you guess wrong, you can feel a lot of pain. This would sound, generically, this would sound like every other character, but a lot of characters kind of give you clues about how to defend what they're going to do next. They set things up in certain ways. Akira is very direct. Like, he's in your face. Those dashing elbows, you have you're stuck. You're in this guessing game. The guessing game we just played with Jeffrey, you're in that guessing game with Akira, even from mid-range. And that's why that's why the higher level players will use those dashing elbows a lot. A beginner might go, oh, I don't get that much damage from the dashing elbows. Like if you keep winning with those, and you're fuzzy guarding, so it's hard to assault them back, and then when they make a mistake, you do something big. That's really scary. That's what these dashing elbows allow Akira. It's not broken, but it does mean that the opponent of Akira has to guess, even when they don't want to guess. And that's the gist on Akira. When it comes to Pi, it was a little more complicated, so we went over a couple things. We said that with Pi, if you punish her, and she only has a few punishes, and most of the time they're -13s, so it means for Lao, that means PK punish usually. You gotta punish pretty quickly. We know that her hopping single kick, she's actually minus if you block it, but you have to commit. to responding to it. You have to, and that's kind of what you have to. We talked about why her two-handed palm, her double palm, is really good, but we also talked about its weaknesses. So it's really good because it's really fast and it does more damage than an elbow. So this means that it can win a lot of situations. It also means that if you play really frame tight against Pi, that's harder for you. If you play generic frame tight, the way that you would play frame tight against Lao, you do that against Pi, she will probably double palm and win the situation, because simply because that move exists. On top of that, we said that with Pi, the weakness of the double palm is that it is short range. Well, not the weakness. The opportunity is that if she pushes you, you're playing a spatial game, and it's not just her playing it. Both players can play the spatial game after a push. 2, the actual weakness is that it's evade punishable. If you evade it early, you can punish her, but if you evade it late, you can mix up her. If you second, and then finally, the biggest weakness of the double palm is also that if she uses it and you predict it and you backdash, you're probably gonna whiff punish her. You'll probably do a launcher against her. It is short range, so anything short range, especially if it's standing, not crouching, has a potential weakness to getting whiff punished. So that's that. Aside from that, we gave you a hint. We showed you that she can really mix you up. She's got a stance game with Boku Tai. She's got that 3P low attack that where she just hits your ankle, and that leads to a lot of guessing games, which we didn't show the guessing games, but we alluded to it and said this means that Pi can do a lot of things off of a very safe low, which is very unusual in Virtua Fighter, and it doesn't mean you have to be scared of that low. It just means that you have to understand that she's going to get you into this situation if she wants to, and you're then going to be forced to probably guess quite a bit. But usually she's playing very safe, if I'm being honest. Most of the time, most Pi players will just be disruptive, safe, and so we covered her throw damage. We covered the threats from her throws. We talked a bit about Lao again, and we just said that Lao's really good moves tend to be slow. Because of that, if you play fast pace against Lao, you can force him to have to work harder with knowledge, because his move list is divided between moves that come from standing versus moves that come from crouching position. And because of that, he has to carefully pick his moves on the spot, and for a beginner and a developing player, this can be harder. But if they keep it simple, it's not too bad. It's manageable. But when the opponent starts giving him more frame advantage or more time, or even more space, then those 20 frame attacks open up and he becomes quite a bit stronger with those. So that's kind of why it's helpful to apply pressure against Lao, but you do have to play a good solid game against him and keep him in check and make sure that he's not doing things that are try not to make it easy on him, try to call out things, especially with low punch. Low punch will call out a lot of things against him, and playing frame tight will just make sure that he has to play as knowledgeable as you are. So that's the way that it is with Lao. But then he has tools for good half circulars. He's got good throw game. He's got those things. And then he can play very defensively, but it's not quite the same as a heavyweight character's backdash game. But Lao can at least apply pressure from a backdash game. But again, his easy normal hit launchers are kind of slow, and that they're not terrible. They're really good. They're just a little more. They just have to be set up a little better than other characters. Then we finally we talked about Jackie a bit. We said Jackie punishes mistakes. He's got the beat knuckle is a huge threat. We didn't go into much about Jackie, but we did allude to that. Jackie does do a lot of string pressure, and you kind of want to learn where his highs and EX highs are, because then you can kind of duck and punish him a bit more, and you can also disrupt his that type of pressure. But he does have an uppercut that's pretty good against aggressive players, and then he's got a beat knuckle that punishes mistakes. We didn't go too much more into that because there's a lot more about Jackie, but generally those kind of get the beginner stuff out of the way. And then we talked about Jeffrey and Wolf, you know. And in the case of Wolf, we did talk about catch throws. We talked about his 9-frame throws. We talked about like kind of like that for generically in this game, elbow is a very strong move, and is because it sets up a lot of things and it wins a lot of situations. And when it wins situations, it can set up a lot of things. Wolf and Jeffrey embody heavyweight characters where their elbow is more complicated. For them, their elbow is the thing that's complicated because it may not be fully like the elbow of other characters where it just forces Nitaku in a simple way. But at the same time, if the opponent plays with the knowledge and knows this and starts fuzzy guarding against them, they have really good options against fuzzy guards, so that's part of their design too. Then we also talked about the strings of heavyweight characters, and we talked about, and then we finally showed the importance of understanding, through Jeffrey's knee, we talked about launchers that are minus 15, and suddenly like the difference between Nitaku and guard punish, and what a big difference that makes in how you fight that fight, but also kind of like how it flows, but also indirectly we ended up showing how evade simply affects, like really changes the flow of the fight quite a bit, like the options and how you're thinking about them. But now this launcher that was unsafe on guard is now kind of safe on guard, but also how a Jeffrey player could try to play against what you're trying to do then. So you got a taste of that, and there'll be more. But again, this is a lot of stuff we covered, and it is still a lot of mechanics because we're still refining those. But I do think that from when we first played today, I think there was a lot of awesome stuff you already had. Your level of commitment, you were buffering, but you were also delaying. You were, your placement of throws is really good. The way you set it up is actually it stands out to me, but it nails me a lot. So you were catching me whenever I like felt like I wanted to evade, there was a high chance I was gonna get thrown there. I was really impressed with that because that's not normal for a lot of people. A lot of people try to set it up on a certain other kind of pressure, and I think you set it up really well. I think your allow is quite good, and I think you're for playing only the few months that you've played, less than a year, I think you're playing awesome. So I'm cheering for you. But that said, yes, Europe has a lot of monster level players that are super strong, so you know you got your work cut out for you. But I thought you were playing really great, and I enjoyed the fights with you, and I'm happy to spar with you more going forward.
What do you think's the key thing to work on then, based on what you're playing against?
I think setting up goals personally is best, right? Like, which you do. This is something you already do. So the answer is going to be like, what is the thing that you feel like you either really want, or what is the thing that you feel like you don't have yet, but you feel like it's just within reach? You should kind of be working on a little of both of those things. I think because, you know, one is a little bit of a bigger goal and it's going to require more motivation to get you through that. The other one, like, you know you've got it, so you know that like you're closer to doing that thing, and it might be more motivating for you. But you seem to be a self-driven person that like you're like, I really want to get this thing down. So
any major weaknesses in the game?
So right now it's just really like, again, Okizeme, try if you can. Of course, keep the highs and the lows in mind, but most of the time, especially with Lao, try using mid attacks as your way of applying pressure on somebody that's waking up. Mid or EX mid, right? 4P plus K. I would also encourage you to, on the side, especially against computer, practice more variations on the 4P plus K line. There's so many.
Right.
So 4P plus KP, start with that. Do you just guard cancel it into the next thing, or do you hit PKG? Do both, but then be very deliberate about how you do the rest. you know, 4P, like for example, when you know you've got 4P plus K hitting them, but you don't think you've got like, you think it's a normal hit, you don't think it's going to be recovery or counter hit, then you can do, then that's 4P plus K PK, right? That's just automatic damage, and then you kind of use the situation after that in your favor. So I think with your current game, you can keep expanding the 4P plus K to be more complete and more accurate over time. But there will be some weeks where you should take a break from it, just to kind of let your brain sit on it and not get so tunnel visioned. Because tunnel vision is going to be the hard part with improving that move. You know what I mean by that, right? Does that make sense? Like, if you get really obsessed, the tunnel vision is going to make you play worse for a while. That's all you try and do in your game, and then other things get neglected, right? Kinda. So sometimes you need to let yourself just work on other things and take a couple days off of one line of play because you're just overthinking that line of play, and you're just like, why is it not working, or why can I not get this variation down? So sometimes you need to like let yourself take a break on it. But you have so many other projects to work on. So with Lao, well, the good thing is you still got 3 weeks before versus fighting. Almost like 2.5 weeks, right? I think about 2.5 weeks away. So it's reasonable for a week to consider 2 things. I do think you use crouch dash well, so I don't want to say you don't do it, because I did see you do it. So it's in there. And so you can keep doing that and more. Your stationary is good. When you're standing still and fighting, you're actually quite good at that. That's probably the thing that you're already quite strong at. So then in my mind...
What do you mean by the stationary?
Sometimes you pick an option that's just still in place, like you're not dashing before it or crouch dashing before it or delaying it or moving forward. And so when I say it's stationary, some people, because you're learning the ranges of you're getting comfortable with the range of the attacks, you're actually quite comfortable with it. If I'm being honest, when I fight you, you're comfortable with the range of the attacks. Your spatial understanding is good. So then what I'm getting at now is using movement to augment your options. So if you crouch dash into this attack, it's slightly slower, but now it has deeper reach. But simply by doing that, this like 15 frame attack suddenly is on par with the 17 frame attack. And your opponent might be surprised by it because now you've got more variety from the same range at certain situations. So the next part I was going to say, the thing that you should try to do for 1 week, and after that maybe only do what's natural for you and not force it before versus fighting, is experiment with backdashing. Just experiment with it a little bit. Lao can do interesting things like backdash in the 4P plus K, and I think you saw earlier that if there's a little bit more space already, then backdash is a little easier to work with. So from the default position, get used to that. If it helps you, let's say you think your opponent's gonna do like an elbow, and you've done this already, and so you do like 4-4 6P, you do backdash into 4-6P. You did this to me today, so that's a good example, right? Because they were still standing and 4-6P was going to punish them, and you can just see that you'll punish that. So that's an example of using backdash to augment your move and your options and create more variety in your play. You do use backdash though, so right now you use it very, very functionally. So maybe if you get used to backdash, evade, backdash, and some of the evade cancels, this will be a little more natural about how you play, kind of on a way that's a little harder to, because right now the way that you play is still very dynamic, very fast and fluid. But I think I still have a strong sense of what attacks you're likely to do just based on the range that we're at.
Okay.
So to sum it up, it makes it easier for very experienced players to predict what attacks you're likely to do or not likely to do if you don't augment them, if you don't modify the moves with movement, right?
Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
So it's just like, okay, we're at this range, he's going to think this. He's not going to think sidekick because we're just a little too far, right? that kind of thing, right? But because of that, I can play with that. It's like, I can get into sidekick range. Now he'll think about sidekick and I'll backdash. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't think these things fluidly. I just feel them when I fight. But then when I think about, well, why did I do what I did? It's kind of like, oh, it's because I kind of felt that these were the things he was likely to do because of the range we were at. You know, and so and because with more experience, you feel this a lot more. So I'm gonna go to VFTV while we're chatting, but this will be done soon because I'm gonna go back to my kids. But because I think today we covered a lot of good stuff. I think it's like a lot, and I'm like, we should do this in bits, you know?
Yeah.
But I think you're playing really great. You really are. Like, honestly, I think you're gonna have such an awesome time at Versus Fighting. And if you haven't been playing offline already, I think you're gonna have an amazing time playing offline. And but you also might, you know, be the type go, I'm not gonna play Chanchai again online because of the lag, because offline is better. No, I'm just teasing you. But I had a lot of fun playing on even though it was set to 4 frame, and I wasn't complaining when I was remarking. My remarks is because it's like, oh, this is how I have to adjust to it and what I need to see. But I also know I have an advantage because I can kind of, even if I'm seeing, like, even if I were to see only half of the animations, because of my experience with the game, I kind of know what's happening. Like, my brain is filling in the gaps, right? And this is harder for someone else, maybe, right? So I was just kind of remarking, like, oh, this feels like, not that it's choppy, but it's like, it's kind of like, I'm kind of seeing where this is going, and my brain kind of knows where the rollback is not really real, where it's like, oh, that's a rollback, kind of. But it might affect my hands a little. It's like, oh, now I've got to go on a different course, you know?
Yeah.
But I think it played great. I don't know how did you feel when we sparred? How did you feel at the connection?
No, I thought it was fine. I didn't feel the connection at all. Probably because I was so
focused,
ingrained in the game and trying to work stuff out. I didn't really notice it at all.
Yeah.
It was fine for me, to be honest.
But I thought we should spar more and more. I think. I mean, I'm happy to have you. I'm really happy to have you as a sparring partner. I think you're very strong. I think you made me think a lot. Like, it's true that I was talking while we were playing, but it was also true that, like, so many rounds that I would lose or was going to close to losing because we were talking. Because it means, like, your game does make me have to focus quite a bit, and it took me a long time to kind of feel a groove to where I'm like, okay, I think I know game plans that are really strong against the way he's playing right now. But even then, you're not afraid to guess, and so your game forces the guessing pretty scarily in a good way. It's similar to, like, my game, forcing a guess.
I think you have to against experienced people.
You do, yeah. That's the only way you're gonna really.
Yes.
When you fight somebody that's better than you, that's the only way you're really going to kind of have a chance to win. But also that's the way you can get them to slow down. Yeah. If you force them to guess, at least you get them to slow down. If you get them to slow down, you can outplay them then, right? So, you know. And so you know, someone after our stream on Monday, someone did bring up, like, Daigo's quote, his book. And they said that Daigo, like, in his book, the way he says it is like that he detests relying on guessing. Basically, because in his view, it's like he feels like he's beating up the weakness of the opponent, and he finds it crude. So the player said, what do you think about that? And I was like, well, I definitely have a different take, but what I really believe is really happening here is I believe that this is about discipline. And it's like, what's the discipline? And the discipline is your core skills, your reactive play. When this situation happens, this is what I gotta do. This is your guard punish, your whiff punish. These are your hard skills. And The thing is that games would not be interesting if they didn't allow guessing to work, in my view. And also, I'm a player who likes to guess. I believe that it is a huge skill to read your opponent and to attack their weakness or work on that, you know? But I also take it as what Daigo and what a player like Shiwapon is saying is that you need to you need to be very disciplined and not get lazy. Because if you are winning on reads, it is easy to get lazy. It's easy to win in a way that's quote-unquote easier with the guessing. I don't think it's easier, but they're just saying, you know, it would be easier to rely on that, but then you're going to let yourself rot when it comes to your ability to whiff punish, to win with the hardcore skills that you need, because when you do fight somebody, because at the highest level you need to execute these things, right? They don't, like, basically these are players that don't want to have excuses, you know? And they hate that feeling of excuses. And they hate that, well, they just hate that feeling of they knew they could have done something and they didn't execute. So it's kind of that shame. And so I'm kind of like, well, I still think it's good to exercise your skill of guessing, and I think it's important because there is going to be someone that has higher skill level than you on the day. So you need to be able to win against that too. That said, I take it as that discipline is important. You need to not let yourself get lazy, and you need to keep training yourself on your hard skills. But I personally am not as extreme on the whole finding it detestable to win based on reads, you know. But they're just trying to say it can be a crutch, basically.
Yeah.
And so, and I don't disagree. I'm like, this is up to the player. But I do believe that guessing is a skill, reading people is a real skill. But at the same time, the hard skills are important all the time, just like they are in life, just like they're in the game. So it's like, if you don't do those, then, you know, when you lose, and you know, you still could have prepared better. They're trying to reassure themselves that they didn't leave anything on the table when it comes to the hard skills. So, and that's what I explained to the player, because I think the player kind of felt a little bad about it because they felt like they're the type of player who needs to rely on reads, you know. And I'm like, there's nothing wrong with that, but I think for the level and where they're at in their game, the thing that would make them the most angry is if they knew they could have won with the skill but they didn't, or the feeling that their skill is inferior and they feel like it should have been better by their own preparation. So, but I also feel that when you're strict like this, it's very stressful, but it is, some competitors are wired to be this way, and it's good. So yeah. So anyways, it was good stuff, and I've enjoyed our chat so much in our streams. Like, I don't really want to stop, but I'm going to tell myself to stop. but thank you very much for asking me for the time and for making the time. So,
yeah, that's great.
But how are you feeling about VF? Yeah, we will. We'll do more soon. And again, the slower response makes me not sure like how you're taking it, but I was just curious what you're feeling or what you're thinking on VF right now. What kind of goals you think you might want to do?
I mean, there's a lot to digest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the game seeming too complicated to you after I did the open close, or?
I mean, there's just so much in the game. Huge amount to think about and work on.
Okay.
Just thinking about, what I want to work on next.
Yeah. When it comes to open and close, though, I wouldn't stress it too much right now. Just know that's a detail that comes up more later. And it's a detail that you can look at after the fact. You're like, oh, that's why this is. Okay, when this happens, this is the threat, right? This is why this person wants to be in this stance. But it's not high on the priority list. Those type of plays are very small. But except for the Jackie play, but even then, that's more about Okizemi with most Jackies than about actually seeing the stance. So it's just more of, oh, he knocked me down this way and it results this way. Now this way. That's why when he knocks me down this way, he's gonna dash in and do like this spinning kick sweep, and all I have to do is stay down. You know. So a lot of times the answers are actually pretty simple, but the explanation of why they're doing what they're doing might be a little complicated. So then it's just simplify it to the answer. You're just like, okay, when Jackie knocks me down like this, just stay down. You know. It's like, okay. But yeah. And you can use replay takeover to find that.
No, go ahead.
No, that's it. What were you gonna say?
Oh, no, I was gonna say that piece of the launcher from the side. I think that is really important to further look at. I mean, it's not just that. I mean, practicing that in a setup would really improve the decision making as well, because you've got to react pretty fast to that to get the block punish or the Nitaka on the side, and then there's a game in that again.
Yeah, if there's a main project, but again, I'm playing you when you're probably really tired, because it's like it's pretty late your time right now. So and I think that was the main reason, because you were definitely buffering at the start of the session, and so when we did the Jeffrey session, when you were not buffering as much, it's just more from that. But what I will say though is that keep working at it, because that is definitely important, that you can buffer on demand, right?
Yeah.
Because then you can buffer in delays, and you can also delay manually, but just, you know, you're not far from it. You're very close to where you'll be able to buffer even that situation, like blocking a low punch, even when you're tired. I think you're not far from doing that regularly. Like I do think you're very close to it. So if my tone was because I was expecting you to not delay, it's because I think you're very close to it, you know. And it's also just to say, oh, I see that, but also reminding, okay, that's a delay there, right? But you're very close to it, and this is gonna make your play even sharper in that. But there will be times when it overwhelms you or gets you tunnel vision too. The tunnel vision sucks. The tunnel vision really sucks because it affects your performance, and there will be times where you play badly doing good things, and that's because you're training and you're building your awareness and your situational action, and then it's because of that focus and because of what you're focusing on, other parts of your games may suffer. So don't get upset when that happens. Just know that that's part of the process. But when it all gels together, it feels so wonderful, and you feel really rewarded. You really feel like you accomplished something each time. So keep it up. Alright, I'm gonna let you rest, but thank you so much. I enjoyed this.
It's been great. Speak again.
All right, let's speak again. Cheers.
Yeah, take care. Bye.
Bye. All right, everyone, thank you very much. I hope you all enjoyed that. I enjoyed it a lot. I probably enjoyed it too much, but I hope it was constructive for a lot of people. I hope it was very productive and helpful. I love helping people, especially in Virtua Fighter. But I gotta get back to my family and take care of things, so I'll catch you all later. Tomorrow, Portland Punish is having a VF tournament, so I'll probably post about that online. I may stream a bit later tonight, but right now I gotta get back to doing stuff with family. So I'll catch you all later. We're gonna try to raid, and we'll find a good raid. Oh, my pleasure. Just Frame MX, thank you very much. Again, really appreciate you. VF5REVO, thank you all for your support. Thank you for consecutive watching my streams. Thanks for the follow to Hisenbre, Chief Rocka, and thanks so much for the raid 3 days ago, Tuesday Night Mystery. This has been a great time. Thank you very much. Let's find a good raid. Let's support our fellow streamers, especially if they're doing VF, but we'll see what they're doing right now. Alright, we got Calamity streaming. Let's support Calamity.
Bring out. Round 2. Ready, go.
Yeah, Calamity is playing amazing, and they're doing training with Kusano, which is awesome. I love that Kusano's been so diligent sparring with us. It's really, really great. So shoutouts to Calamity, shoutouts to Kusano. Please follow Calamity if you don't follow them already. Support them. This is gonna be awesome. All right, you guys enjoy. I'll catch you all later, and let's keep cheering each other on.
Round 3. Ready, go. Excellent. Round 4. Ready, go. Knockout. Round 5. Ready, go.